My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com. All right, that is, again, Southwest Airlines. That's not flying over Hope Boulevard. It's flying directly over the side of the museum where I'm located at 6:14 in the morning. And the Ontario Museum of History and Arts is where the people of the state wearing a lanyard around his neck, a Caucasian male, at 6:14 in the morning, building a tent at the Museum of History and Arts, group stalking, okay? And doing so using this activity as a method of what is creating ongoing noise, monitoring with the Ontario police, who are stalking obsessively the Ontario Fire Department, sounding sirens, all right, engaging in what is, again, first of all, it's petty, it's pathetic. You're an obsessed stalker. And also engaging in what is hostility while I document the fact that you engage in stalking, sounding sirens. This minion is on the grounds of the Ontario Museum engaging in monitoring with that entity that's flying over me by airplanes, and doing so on the grounds of the museum. And building something on the grounds of the museum is no form for what is the same exact demon possession and criminal conduct, criminal monitoring, terrorism. So I want to document that. In doing so, at what is beyond, it's actually earlier than 6:14 a.m., but I did capture images of what is this group stalking conduct on the grounds of the museum. This is criminal conduct with the Ontario Police Department. They're monitoring together, and that's why the entity is flying over me by commercial airline plane over the side of the museum where I'm positioned. All right, it's currently 6:15 a.m. on Saturday, May 21st, 2022. This is P.O.C. All right, that is the this minion that is stalking with noise, monitoring with Union Pacific. And what I'm showing you is the absence of any train on the tracks while this Caucasian male is group stalking at the museum. And that is amplification of the train as though it's right here, all right here at the museum. That's demonic. This is a demon that is group stalking. You already know this. This is the venue where the entity keeps the fake sun literally morning, afternoon, and evening. And the entity is group stalking by helicopter. This demonic pacing. This is all manner of directed light. This is demon possession. But this is also, again, just speaking out to what is how the objective evidence of the condition of this third party who has no legal bounds whatsoever to engage in criminal monitoring and is engaging in what is absolutely criminal conduct. All right. So the entity is engaging in what is amplified sound of a train. That sounds as though the train is right here. It is not. And I took pictures of that as well. License 4RYX346. This is a minion, the Caucasian male wearing the lanyard, stalking with activity, monitoring with the demon-possessed Ontario Police Department, with the demon-possessed Ontario Fire Department, a demon engaging in what is harassment by an entity, engaging in terrorism, all right, while monitoring a violation of existing federal law. And it does not matter what lanyard you're wearing around your neck. You're talking about something that's with regard to including any company under the guise of which you are engaging in what is criminal activity with the state. You're talking about what is the literally irrelevant, but I mean only relevant insofar as everybody that's going to be prosecuted engaging in any criminal conduct where you want to call yourself engaging in what is the P.O.C. period, regardless of any event that you call yourself preparing for at 6 o'clock in the morning. Where the entity is engaging in the same exact conduct, stalking with audible activity, impossible audible activity, while you are a demon pacing around, focused on what I'm doing as I'm doing it. All right, that's what this Caucasian male is doing. That's his license plate, parked on the dead end of Emporia, stalking with noise, acting in concert with the entity, flying directly over me by commercial airline planes, acting in concert with the entity, as I've documented, engaging in ongoing obsessive and harassment. Let me be clear, this demon that is engaging in what is an extraordinarily loud process, he's building a tent that he probably bought from Walmart, okay? It does not sound like you're hammering steel, but that's what that demon's audible activity created. He's a minion that's monitoring. And it does not matter what you call yourself doing. Preparing for the May 21st art walk, where a bunch of demons engage in criminal conduct under a fake sun and directed light, like every other event where I show you it's the same exact elements of monitoring that remain underway, where a government's engaging in state surveillance, is, in other words, no excuse. You don't have a right to monitor somebody, especially with the demon-possessed entity, the Ontario Police Department, under any circumstances in your home, or whether you're sleeping on the street, standing on the sidewalk. Government doesn't have the right to do that. And you and the people of the state don't have any legal form either. I don't care what event you call yourself preparing for, but this demon is actually engaging in what is stalking. All right, and that's how you're understanding what is the reality of the demon possessed and the criminal conduct that they're engaging in. And that is the entity that's engaging what is that pattern of conduct at this early hour and doing so. And that's that minion's license plate. Captured his images. He's group stalking. While I show you the another image at 6:14, you heard the audible activity. Moments later, another commercial airline plane hovering over, and you see him crossing path. All right, all of a sudden, he's got to run to his car real quick. The moment I grab from my phone to go take a picture of that plane, he's crossing path. That's a demon stalking with activity, maintaining presence, focused on me. All right, and group stalking with the entity. Amongst what is amplified train activity, as though the train is right there on the track. It's not, it's amplified in sound. That's the mark of demon possession. That is a method of facilitation that minion is monitoring. License plate 6VVS 466 8DQD 208. And it is currently 6:27 a.m. 9E 77280 7T33 7J33217, excuse me. 6 RPE 108 6F 21527. Merchants is group stalking. License 83530F3, I believe, but that's Merchants Landscaping. They're easily recognizable. 6019, I can't see that license plate either. 8TOF754. Mestiza Cafe, they're group stalking. All right, the Emporia Lofts, they're group stalking, they're monitoring. And this is, let me be clear, this is the people of the state engaging in what is criminal conduct being documented very heavily every minute and hour of group stalking by the Ontario Police. 5D and M387, the people of the state remain in relevant position by virtue of what is the people of the state at the Emporia Lofts. Those demons that lives in at the Art Cultural Center, they're a bunch of minions monitoring, 715030Z1. All right, they live in relevant position, in other words. All right, the entity using a train, the ongoing criminal convenience, the entity surrounds at all times. 18311F1, I believe. The entity surrounds at all times. 8Y8N592 in relevant position, where the demon-possessed work, where the demon-possessed live, and this is how you're engaging in what is an ongoing satanic targeting system at all times, and demons engaging in what is a false premise. Oh, because I live here, because I work here, I'm doing something, I have a purpose here, and I don't know you, I'm not stalking, I don't know what you're talking about, she's crazy or he's crazy. 8XTF910, hence the malice of the system, the pattern of conduct by psychopaths, criminals, okay? Criminals. Who have a rude awakening coming. Carreras Torres group stalking, license CP99496. And license plates. Oh, I can't see the license plate. 40344C3. SK8DRMZ. 5KXXO23. And bus 2353 is Omnitrans. Loitering in relevant position at the bus stop at Euclid and Holt Boulevard, and leaving at 6:30 a.m. on the dot. They have been loitering in relevant position, monitoring, surrounding with light activity. In other words, it's facilitating conduct. Anyway, it's currently 6:30 a.m. and again, it is Saturday, May 21st, 2022. This is P.O.C. 8MO9337 3VVC081. 42412G3, 6HUF35, I believe. 1451828, vehicle 1829, that's the Ontario Police. Group stalking at 6:31 a.m. while they listen to the ongoing evidence as to why that police department is literally an ongoing existing criminal, a liability to the jurisdiction that's going to be prosecuted for federal group stalking and monitoring in the people of the state, such as this one going to federal prison, 8RTS 606. It's an unlawful threat to engage in monitoring group stalking with the police departments. And also while these psychopaths are monitoring your documentation, 7ZOZ077, 8JMW333, let me see, 7CDW711, 5MTE105. The minion at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts monitoring, whose license plate I read, monitoring with the Ontario Police Department, okay? He's going to federal prison for that. Even before this demon chose to drive by in order for me to witness, that's literally what that idiot did. This is exactly what they do. And like I said, all I'm doing is I'm showing you the framework. This is how you're going to prosecute. And based on the personality of Satan, not only are you understanding the framework, not only are you understanding the system, the personality of Satan is such that it is not difficult to document their criminal conduct. The challenge actually is in the ability to actually see the invisible. This is demonic activity. And then you're capturing what is demonic activity as objective evidence. Okay, your demonic activity, which is directed light, placing one under surveillance, that's a matter of objective evidence, and revealing what is a pattern that you have while you're engaged in criminal conduct, very serious criminal conduct by the state. And while the entity engages in that very conduct, stalking all night, remaining engaging in surveillance, sounding sirens while you're listening to me breathe, and monitoring what I'm watching on YouTube, and hostile because I'm documenting the fact that you're a stalker, repeatedly sounding sirens like a psychopath that you are, and then you want to drive by, which is called group stalking and terrorism, while you're a demon bearing weapons. 8YCN271, 6522-8N2, 7Z06679, 7N51021, 8ZW7419. They're all demons subject to federal prison. All right. And that's the ease with which you are able to prosecute, because they're all stalking you in plain sight. All right. They're not engaging in anything where they're invisible. They can't hide. And the reason why they also can't be silent and engage in stalking with noise. They cannot engage in what is any sort of absence while they're stalking with light. It is in everywhere very, very simple to document the criminal system. And the personality of Satan is such that it is literally an arrogant loser. So you're talking about was insisting on providing evidence to you and placing those necessary actors in federal prison with that sort of dysfunctional and disturbing sort of criminal activity that the demon possessed engaged in. 1VEN454 8PME023. And that is the entity now flying over no longer the museum, as I captured in still images, flying right here at the bus stop right here over me, and that's amplified audible activity, stalking with plain activity. That is the evidence with which, as I've already shown the pattern. Let me be clear. What is this directly pointing to? The demon that's monitoring with the Ontario Police, stalking with activity, monitoring with Union Pacific, an unlawful threat. That's exactly what he was doing. That's exactly what he's doing now. That's why the planes are following, remaining over my head. 8VGR 855. 9ABB 853, 6XQX 944, 7EOF 530, and he will go to federal prison for that. Okay, well, in doing so, it's 6:34 a.m. The entity is group stalking at the Ontario Town Square, stalking with light activity. Doing so by just sitting there with their brake lights on at the Ontario Town Square is what this minion was doing. They're doing so on behalf of the demon-possessed the Ontario Police Department. All right, let me be clear. This is literally the criminal conduct of a public entity, a corrupt entity. And so you have essentially what are, first of all, a very specific condition which is relevant to prosecution for terrorism and understanding how this terrorism operates. This is demonic activity. This is the awareness of your environment and the significance of the conduct of those in that environment. And it is in every way highly demented and terrorizing conduct serving a criminal purpose. And it is done on behalf of the government that is stalking with commercial airline planes and helicopters and demons that are driving around in police vehicles stalking you. And the people of the state are stalking you, doing so by proxy. In other words, not bearing the Ontario Police Department logo while they're stalking with the Ontario Police. 7M19569 40192G3 6XSU273. Omnitrans, bus number 2354, loitering at Euclid and Hope Boulevard at 6:36 a.m. That's P.O.C. and monitoring with the Ontario Police Department. The entity is engaging in that conduct and speaking to what is, actually, I'm not even going to speak to what is the literally ridiculous conduct of the entity that is prosecuting itself. So this is the entity that's engaged in that ongoing stalking, as you hear, not only audibly, as I am obviously capturing while they remain physically present, which is the group stalking conduct in that specific environment, and doing so for a criminal purpose, and while the Ontario Police are providing what is the ongoing enhancement to that prosecution of the people of the state. It's 6:36 a.m. This is P.O.C. Writer is crossing path. Amazon Prime crossing path. 8KRE 493. 5JAV 037. And Omnitrans is stalking with light activity. At the Euclid Loan and Jewelry at Holt and Euclid Avenue. It's 6:37 a.m. 8THF 255 8WQN 064 47006X2. That's Amazon Prime. 8LNN 398 35843W2. That's called amplification. That's called amplification. And where there is no train on the tracks right there, this is while I'm on the grounds of the museum, the entity is engaging in what is this analogous volume level where there is no train. All right, and you're witnessing what's demonic. It's even competing with the sound of my voice. That's demonic activity. All right, the sound is surrounding. This is the kind of what the entity is doing with sound. You're understanding as I'm showing you what the entity is doing with light. It is the mark of demon possession of all those around. It's the criminals. It's literally the signature of the one engaging in monitoring, and it is also witnessing what Satan is doing in the environment audibly. While you're looking at a train, the sound is not commensurate with what that audible activity is. All right. So I want to be clear. It's currently 6:38 a.m. Alrighty, capturing the ongoing obsessive effort of the Ontario Police, who are monitoring with the Ontario Improvement Association, that's federal prison. They are monitoring while the entity, the Ontario Police, are repeatedly crossing paths. This is criminal surveillance. This is an intent to terrorize while monitoring documentation, engaging in the criminal conduct with the people of the state, acting via Southwest Airlines, acting via Union Pacific, while they are engaged in what is demonic activity, acting via Omnitrans as well, engaging in demonic activity, flashing of light. This is the demon stalking in the path with light. And I've shown you the demonic activity that those demons operating those buses are engaged in as well. 8 EIP 673, and this is captured in video. This is the entity that is subject to that federal prison wall. The Ontario Police provides ongoing evidence, 16 DB 049. But let me be clear, the Ontario Police don't even have to patrol repeatedly as they did right here at this intersection while I'm also capturing video, because the fact that the Ontario Police are group stalking using helicopters stalking me, and demon-possessed police officers group stalking in their vehicles, engaging in what is harassment as an entity, 8AXD 705, 4VSL 861, 7UJB 471, is already a matter of evidence, what the entity is doing. I'm pointing them out. They're going to be prosecuted for that. 5 GPW 556 93215L1. And not only that, this is criminal conduct that's going on the record as the people of the state are prosecuted, and those that are also going to what is federal prison while they're engaging in that criminal conduct on behalf of the entity. And it includes that minion that's at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. All right, this is the exact criminal conduct that he was engaging in. It's federal group stalking and monitoring. The Ontario Improvement Association is loitering in relevant position, pacing, monitoring with the Ontario Police in front of the Bally Spa, the Zolos Beatty area, and monitoring while the Ontario Police are literally pacing back and forth. These are severely disturbed, demon-possessed criminals who are engaged in what is federal stalking, as I've revealed it, and they engage in federal stalking with the people of the state. They engage in federal stalking, engage in criminal surveillance, repeatedly maintaining presence around me, as you see in the video, 5974912. That's a demon that's crossing path. They engage in criminal surveillance remaining around me, and also engage in criminal surveillance use of their helicopters stalking me, which I have that wealth of documentation as well. They literally provide that direct evidence against the people of the state, because that's exactly what it is. The Ontario Police Department's prosecution is already, it's complete, it's done. What they've been doing for years, and the ongoing criminal acts of obstruction of justice while they are engaging in monitoring, is already a matter of what is published evidence, and they are going to federal prison. This is speaking to what is necessary as a matter of justice, and to the well-being of society, the public, disbanding a criminal actor such as the Ontario Police. 5MNZ481, 6PSU 961, 6RIL 912, 7KKN 979. It is currently 6:44 a.m. It's amplification. This demon is monitoring 8DNP304. ZBA177 4991583. License plate 8NMS429. Yeah. 8SVE286 LUGO1. And the engagement in what is the amplified audible activity reminiscent of the sound of a train. And I'm saying reminiscent because this is demonic conduct. In the same way that it's a scientific impossibility with regard to the light source that I'm showing remains over me from morning into the evening. That is witnessing what is representing what would be the natural environment if you were ignorant to that. I've captured that impossibility in violation, okay? Not just in violation of scientific facts, showing that environment, in addition to what is the directed light, the abnormal conduct of this light, which is also not sunlight. The whole breaking down of that system, this is exactly what's underway with regard to the audible activity. And the same company, Union Pacific, is the guise under which literally the demonic activity is underway. And that is why it is used as a method of what is ongoing stalking with noise, occurring while the entity is stalking by police, because that's exactly what the police are doing, and stalking with airplanes, while the entity is concentrating this flight by airplanes right over my head, over this abandoned building where I happen to be standing at the bus stop. All right, that is what is the ongoing evidence of what is nothing other than the ongoing demonic activity when I'm at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, and I'm speaking to the ongoing vacillation based on what I'm doing. If I start recording or when I stop recording, 7ZJE197, you're talking about what is criminal monitoring by the demon possessed, all right, aware of what it is that I'm documenting as I'm capturing it. 7SXW884, you're talking about the creation of audible activity when there's no train on the tracks. 3617ON1 79833D3, and it's ongoing facilitation by these very minions who I'm identifying right now, the people of the state. 4MPS 532, the obsessed stalker. All right, the ongoing maintenance of an environment while they're stalking. 863XF handicap 6YGC387, all of them monitoring with the Ontario Police. All right, that's what's going on right now. That is what is the ongoing pattern of conduct. And that is exactly what a company is in no way avoiding prosecution for. And that company is the Union Pacific. That is, as I showed you in video, Southwest Airlines. I showed you last night while I'm standing at Hope Boulevard, where Southwest Airlines flying directly over me. When I'm at the Ontario Museum of History Arts, where do you see that commercial airline flying approximately 10, 15 minutes ago? Directly over that side of the museum where I'm at, where that demon is stalking with noise at 6:14 in the morning, calling himself building whatever. He's a demon stalking with noise, stalking with noise in relevant position with the Ontario Police, all right, who are stalking with the use of sirens, as I documented. License XP41247. That's always California 535735. And doing so at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. The ongoing methods are alternating between the methods of noise. That's it: plane, train. The entity sounding 7ZMB637 318 35M2 08384Y2. That's J&E Trucking 8VRW711. Crossing path. License 8YJR348. And understand what they are doing. They're crossing path in concert with the Ontario Police Department. All right, who really want to engage in what is criminal surveillance in your face. Group stalking is supposed to be that where you're subject to the same exact demon possession and 5WMD455 and criminal conduct by police who are stalking and monitoring you, placing you under surveillance in violation of your, first of all, your constitutional and your human rights. It's just that you're not supposed to know that it's the police who are there via the people of the state while they're monitoring you with communication devices. But I've broken that entire system down. The third parties whose license plates I'm documenting, they are all group stalking on behalf of the Ontario Police Department, who is engaging in this criminal system in this jurisdiction in the city of Ontario. All right, and so I want to be clear, the entity acting directly while communicating a threat, a psychopath monitoring my documentation while those demons of the Ontario Police Department cross path, it is the same where 8EWM900 is crossing path. They're doing so in concert on behalf of the Ontario Police Department. Very serious criminal activity. It's the same with Southwest Airlines. Very serious criminal activity. All right, and the federal legislation is speaking to, well, existing federal legislation and that which I advocate, S.I.I.S, systematic infliction of inhumane suffering, while group stalking by an entity is underway to address that criminal conduct by a company such as Southwest Airlines and Union Pacific. 8YCT458, 7BOB329, 8LQPO98, 6UXH760, 8MCU947, 15411H1, 7MPC413, 8GQM423, 8WBP893, 10704D3. What is also relevant, let me be clear, take a step back, because what is also relevant, this is demonic activity. Every single last person, as you hear me read all these license plates, this is demon possession, every single last one of them. 6 UST 241. This is making bare their condition, which the entity seeks to conceal as a society. 01307Y2. 6LXS610. These are the demon possessed. Hovering over me by commercial airline planes, stalking around me by the Ontario Police, stalking with the audible activity of the amplified sound of a train. Everything is amplified in sound, by the way, but it's highlighted with regard to the use of the train because the entity is using that as an ongoing means of massive facilitation. This is all manner of what is indicating the condition of those who are engaging in group stalking. And this is demon possession by the Ontario Improvement Association. They're over here holding a prop, group stalking, sweeping the sidewalk. It's a demon's prop. They're monitoring. All right. And they're doing so. This is the condition of every single last one. They're driving the buses. They're driving rider vehicles, Amazon Prime vehicles, driving in their own vehicles, flying Southwest airline planes, flying these smaller planes, and operating Union Pacific trains, operating the Carreras Tours coach. They're all demons. 6 HRC 407, engaging in that same criminal system. This is the system that I've surrounded the evidence of that system. This is all their condition. 7TKFO79, 59979K3, 7GJF 047, 7SHH 495, 8VDH 577, BS 89655. And I want to be clear, that is actually directly relevant to the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department, their condition. They're disqualified. They are a danger. 7NHY 696, they're a danger to the public. They engage in what is plain criminal activity. That's what they're doing now. Their criminal conduct is, first of all, it's unlawful. Okay, you don't know you're being placed under surveillance. It's criminal, okay, but that's one thing. That's one level of criminality. We'll put it like that. That's one level of criminality. When you're documenting that criminal conduct that you're engaging in, that's another level. When then you are posing another type of threat in the face of the one who is not ignorant to what you are doing. That's another level of criminality by the police. While you are then engaging in that criminality in the face and subject to what is documentation, meaning what you're doing is a matter of objective evidence pursuant to a conforming pattern of conduct. That's another level of criminality. It is literally the impunity of the demon-possessed police, and speaking to not only based on their condition as they engage in group stalking, but also their blatant desire and engagement in criminal conduct while they are being documented. That is speaking to, you are disqualified. You are in every way a threat based on your condition and your criminal activity. Okay. And you are talking about what is literally a threat to the public, even those with whom they are monitoring, who are group stalking in concert with them in every way. 42230C1, 7M22709, 7HQU519. Those are multiple levels of criminality. You're understanding that analysis on every level, what the entity is doing. Okay. And the entity acting via the demon-possessed Ontario Police Department. Whose demon possession? 8AVA336. I put that on display years ago. Okay. You're talking about years into what is demonic activity amongst the police department, Ontario Police. 81554B3. 6LYB259. And long before I documented it and exposed it, this was their condition. This is the criminal conduct that they're engaging in, and their condition is directly relevant to that. They are engaging in it because of their condition. They are puppets of Satan. All right. They are engaging in what is conduct that is not only wicked and twisted, it's entirely criminal. And I'm speaking to what is the criminalization of that demonic activity, as you are now, as I've shown you, the P.O.C, capable literally of criminalizing that. Directed light, that's a criminal act. Directed light is a criminal act. It's an indication. It's identification. It is all of the above, and it is a criminal act. It's directly relevant to federal group stalking and monitoring. Criminal surveillance, which the government, you're surrounded by that evidence. License plate. 98894D3, which you can in no way reconcile with nature. You're surrounded with evidence showing you're not in the natural environment. This is the criminalization of demonic activity while you present that evidence. And it is that which you are fully capable of submitting into court. This is how Satan is in every way defeated. While you engage in that criminal conduct with that level of evidence and doing so against an American citizen who you're placing under surveillance, that you're talking about disbanding that threat. Disbanding such demons. They are in police vehicles. They are bearing weapons. They are in access to what is the ongoing perpetuation of a threat while they remain in those positions. And that is exactly what I am revealing, and it's exactly what is going to be directly confronted and addressed at the prosecution of the Ontario Police Department, by the way. 40325C1, 04826X1, 8 U.S.C 610, license 6M71239. Because it's not just about me and what the Ontario Police Department did to the wrong person. I'm speaking to myself. But I'm the wrong person if you want to keep your secret, but I'm the right person for revealing what necessarily needed to be exposed. 8YJZ440. That's why I'm the right person. All right. But like I said, you have the entity engaging in this criminal conduct, and it's necessary as a matter of what is policy to protect the American citizen subject to the system. Okay. It's 6:56 a.m. Let me show you this. All right, license plate 6Y72160. All right, the capturing the entity group stalking by helicopter, as you heard, and it's This is, but like I said, this is the fate of the demon possessed. You're talking about what is, it's obviously the fate, because you're talking about when you are found out and then you're surrounded with what you're going to be subject to, that you're not getting out of that. And then you're talking about what is the ongoing provision of such evidence whereby you're going away where you necessarily belong. And this is also serving to understand this is just a matter of what is judgment. All right. It's nothing other than a matter of time with regard to what is this obsessive. Well, it is obsessive. This is stalking by an entity and what's criminal. All right. And you are literally, as they are pacing around me by vehicles, because that's what these demons are doing. This is not traffic. They're obsessively stalking as I'm capturing the entity stalking by helicopter. 8 KEW 757, 3VBN 036, 6FYG 653, 8 MGK 312, 8 EOF 8EFO 329, excuse me. And that is the ongoing criminal activity by the demon-possessed Ontario Police Department, as I stated. Like I said, Satan cannot in any way contradict. All Satan is doing is providing ongoing evidence against itself. 5 UGB, 544 included. They're going to federal prison. They're group stalking, engaging in criminal surveillance in violation of constitutional human rights, a terrorist. 7 KWX 953. In doing so, while also you're enraged as you listen to me speak the truth about your condition, the liability that you are to the public, the danger that you pose, both by your condition and your criminal activity, 8XTF 910, and what is necessary as a matter of justice upon exposing that, and even providing a legal framework whereby you are specifically prosecuting that demonic conduct, that demonic system. This is why the entity at this very moment chooses to fly over my head by helicopter. Aside from the fact that they're just an obsessed stalker. It's deeper than that. Understand, Satan is infuriated while you listen, while you are hearing, while I am publishing on my podcast, the truth about this demon-possessed entity. And it is exactly what is wrong with the Ontario Police Department. This is exactly what is underway, again, as I'm naming these license plates. They are engaged in obsessive stalking while I document them. That's why they're going to federal prison as well. The obsession is terrorism. All right, these are demons that 25331E3 engaging in highly abnormal conduct. Highly abnormal. All right, it is currently, you would talk about the ordinary criminal, they would be deterred by sitting in federal prison because that's where they're going, but not the demon-possessed one. Understand, this, even while they're stalking, while they're being documented, that's why it's relevant. This is obsession of an abnormal level. You have no legal claim whatsoever that you're engaging in anything ordinary. There's nothing normal about the environment. This entity is surrounded with evidence of what they're doing and the ongoing knowledge that they maintain while they do it. You're not operating a bus line, you're group stalking. And not only that, I've shown what you're doing while you're operating the bus lines. You know exactly where I'm at, using that knowledge to engage in harassment and targeting. While I'm on the bus, you're molesting with what is not even it's impossible. On the bus, off the bus, you're engaging in what is this demonic pattern of conduct. It doesn't change on another day. 8ENA 619, 8HHN 892, 8EOB 689. The entity is 7GZZ 720, has engaged in the provision of evidence, which I've captured for years, of what's supposedly the sun that remains over me while I'm on these public means of public transportation. That's not the sun. All right, they're demons. This is the system of surveillance. And guess what? While the entity surrounds with that setting, that's what it is, that's the environment, while I'm on public transportation, they're monitoring and group stalking, engaging in criminal activity, while they are doing so with the police. The police who are stalking with helicopters. Guess what? The people that say they're going to federal prison for that. All right, and so I want to be clear. This is how that ongoing documentation works, and it is literally choking to death the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct. What you hear, amplified audible activity, that demon operating that bus that has been loitering with light activity, engaging in criminal conduct. Let me be clear, I have not only directly documented, this is how you're going to use the criminal activity of the entity against itself. I have plenty of minions identified specifically, individually. Not only that, those that are driving the buses, engaging in presence at the times that they are, with in conformity with what I'm documenting, where I remain. This is why you document where you're at, where you're subject to the times and whatnot. There are many ways in order to hold the entity accountable. And they're going to federal prison for it. License 73033T2. So I just want to point that out. And that's why the entity is flying over my head by helicopter. It's very sad. It's pathetic, as pathetic as their pattern of conduct. 273271. And Omnitrans, monitoring with the Ontario Police, 1404973-1329. That's the bus number, Route 87. And the entity is engaging in what is, again, as I'm on the on the Omnitrans bus, as David demonstrated. David, employee 2366, and the entity is flying over by helicopter. That's what that's federal prison. Okay, like I said, that's the pattern of conduct that remains underway. 8HNS 155, monitoring with Omnitrans. Omnitrans engaging in what is the ongoing element of monitoring, loitering, and relevant position. It is currently 7:07 a.m. Alrighty, this is ongoing facilitation, Route 87, monitoring with the entity, the Asian male with the backpack, the black face mask, white shoes, and black bottoms. He gets off the bus. He does so on surveillance cameras. Monitoring with the people of the state that not only operating the bus, whose image I captured, also Omnitrans represents the people of the state. Many methods of documenting who's engaging in that criminal conduct. And in addition to that, they are stalking the path with light activity. This is the demon that's stalking with light. All right, and so this is the understanding, breaking down the reality of what they're engaging in. It's demonic activity made manifest before you. 8YWA332, 8LKU411. It's facilitation while state surveillance is underway in this demonic system. And this is how public corruption is existing in plain sight. And so while you are engaging in that criminal conduct, that's called the impermissible threat. Not only while you're engaging in threatening and monitoring in the target individual's face, that's an intolerable threat. While the entity is flying over by helicopter, over my head, no, you're engaged in facilitation. 5ZIF608, and you don't have a 8ZDX976, 8HPS386. You don't have a reasonable or a legal argument with regard to how you will be prosecuted and subject to federal prison monitoring, facilitating the government that's stalking by the Ontario Police Department by helicopter and demon-possessed minions who are monitoring with the activity that you are intentionally creating. All right, these are demons that are thinking, oh, I'm driving a bus. So you're talking about what is never supposed to be suspected. This demon's entire system is broken down. 4PW9779. It's called light activity, relevant positioning. All right, and while the entity is also then essentially sexually molesting with directed light as well, which I've also shown that aspect of the pattern of conduct. That remains part of the record. Alrighty, you're looking at this Latino male who's monitoring in addition to this bus driver. This is operator 3603, monitoring. That is Southwest Airlines flying directly where the bus is located, right over me. He's bearing badge 3603, that's P.O.C. This is called impunity. 3603 is operating Route 87. This is Omnitrans license 1404973, bus number 1329, creating light activity, that's facilitation, and engaging in what is group stalking with the people of the state and with the Ontario Police Department. License plate CD16A96 paper. RYANSGT 94156. I can't wait to that. 17-14877. I don't see the next one. GPC 8N78113. That's the graffiti patrol. They're pacing. Monitoring with the entity. So I just captured an image of this Latino male and operates through his communication device. He's got on like a black and white type of checkered hoodie with a hat on. He is crossing path. This is a demon that's engaging in the surveillance system. He's monitoring with Omnitrans, who's loitering employee 3603, engaging in criminal surveillance and terrorism, and doing so, which is light activity, relevant positioning, and while at the same time, while Southwest Airlines then flies over, which is amplified audible activity, and Southwest Airlines is concentrating presence right here, flying where this bus stop is right over me. This is that system. That's what you're hearing, and that's what's ongoing at the same time. I did capture that third party's image. It is 7:11 a.m. That's the pattern of conduct which employee 3603 is directly engaging in. In doing so, this is the pattern of conduct, and that's impunity while the entity engaging in that. All right, 8RAD683. This is a psychopath that knows that they're being documented as well. 6YTS549. You're going to federal prison when you are not deterred enough to engage in what is not aiding the government and threatening the life of an American citizen. You go to federal prison. All right, they're not deterred enough by being documented. The government is not deterred enough, and that's what the people of the state have demonstrated for a prolonged period. Employee number 3603 has no legal argument with regard to what is operating a bus line pursuant to a published route schedule. Omnitrans has demonstrated, the people of the state have demonstrated what is the very use of whatever it is their job is or whatever it is they're doing with regard to the demonic system that they're engaging in. License plate 1404973. Everything that he's doing is utilizing the bus as a means of audible noise, by the way. engaging in what is nothing other than creation of noise while group stalking with Southwest Airlines, group stalking with the people of the state pacing on the sidewalk, group stalking with these minions whose license plates I'm reading, and group stalking with the Ontario police. Okay, it's currently 7:12 a.m. License 8FJB471 36559B2 YP11. I can't really see the rest of them though. Alrighty, and you're going to remember again, this is just today. It's not just today. You're talking about anybody that I document inside of the Upland Public Library. But the minion that's at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, that's grounds of federal prison. That's what he was doing. 5MVM616. You're not building a tent. You're group stalking with the Ontario police who are flying over my head by helicopter. You are documented and you're subject to federal prison for that. That's using the entity's criminal activity against itself. That's what group stalking is. That is an unlawful threat. That is unlawful presence. That is unlawful facilitation. All right. And so this is what he is engaging in while I'm documenting his presence in the entity is group stalking via that third party whose license plate I also recited. That is the grounds of federal prison. I understand why the entity is pacing around me and flying over my head by helicopter. That's the criminal conduct that minion is engaging in. 7APT 905. So I just want to remind you about what it is that I've already documented, and it's the ongoing pattern of conduct. Just as I document at the time, all right, the entity is engaging in that very criminal conduct on behalf of that very demon-possessed agency, the Ontario Police Department. 8MFJ440, 7PAE598, 7HSE173, 49260M2, 6YWX243, 7UFD629, and license plate 6RNN742. The Emporia Lofts at 211 West Emporia Street. They are group stalking, they're monitoring, they're engaging in terrorism with the Ontario police who are flying over my head by helicopter. Okay, they are engaging in that criminal activity with the entity that is flying over my head by commercial airline planes. All right, they are in relevant position right now. And engaging in that pattern of conduct, they are in relevant position, engaging in the P.O.C. while you're listening, in other words, to the entity stalking by planes and helicopters and amplified audible activity. All right. So anyway, it's currently 7:15 a.m. One 9104. UWD238. And as you see, like I said, the Ontario Fire Department, they remain in relevant position, every single last one of them being documented while the entity flies over my head by helicopter. They are engaged in terrorism, much like they were all night, as I documented, as I included on this podcast, because it's serving for what is ongoing documentation in the prosecution of the state acting via the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario Fire Department, and American Medical Response. Stalking with sirens all night. ATVP 088. 7XUA 952, 96534N2, 8TMV 573, 6B MX 540, 13732G3, 8C64457. They are in no way separate from that ongoing pattern of conduct. They were stalking using their methods of sirens to engage in what is providing ongoing evidence that you're an obsessed psychopath. This is what, I mean, you want to tell your own secrets. I mean, it's really pathetic. If I was so disturbed, I wouldn't put that on display, but that's just me. 8HLG168, 7ACS628. The entity is engaging in criminal conduct that I'm going to publish on the internet because I'm prosecuting you, and I'm also exposing you. But you have, what is the entity just sounding a bunch of crazy people, but not crazy insanity crazy psychopath crazy as in stalking with ongoing maintenance of noise and engineered light. This is demonic activity serving criminal monitoring, but also the entity that does so because you're hostile. You're hostile to the fact that I'm literally creating what is policy to place you in a federal prison while you facilitate this criminal monitoring amongst the people of the state, criminal summoning. And so with regard to that, as I'm documenting what is necessary, the mind state, and they are putting on display what is very much, as I stated, the mental state of the entity, engaging in that sort of demented conduct, stalking with the use of sirens, stalking and doing so. I mean, you're talking about literally engaging in what is not, you're sitting around on a corner waiting for a moment to sound a siren while you're not going anywhere. You're literally stalking. And if you can imagine, I picture in my head somebody like an entire sick individual. I mean, foam at the mouth. Okay, you're talking about like crazy psychopath sounding sirens. That's how I see them, because that's the conduct that they're engaging in. It's entirely deranged. And you're talking about what is stalking with the use of sirens, meaning you are literally repeatedly sounding sirens while you are just driving in circles around me. You're not even going anywhere. And any third party that you're tending to, you demons are monitoring together. It's all about the target. It's entirely pathetic. 8JJS535, 7YDR004, 03395L3, 8EWE061, 4M29512. And so this is why you're understanding what I'm breaking down to you. They're monitoring, and you're using a whole fire truck, 9E85774. That's a large truck. You're using a whole fire truck. You're using a whole ambulance. You're using a police vehicle to stalk somebody. I mean, that's a whole level of pathetic. Okay, but it is despicable. It's terrorism. The ordinary target individual is subject to what is terrorism while an entity is doing that. And this is exactly what they're doing while I'm at the museum all night long. While I am capturing today, the entity stalking by the Ontario Police visibly to capture in video for you. While I'm capturing today in video, the entity, the Ontario Police group stalking, flying over me, stalking me, terrorizing and harassing by helicopter, which is the Ontario Police Department's pattern of conduct, specifically while engaging in this criminal conduct. Let me be clear. The Ontario Fire Department, the Ontario Police Department, and American Medical Response were engaging in what is stalking with the audible activity creation of what is sirens all night, just as I documented. Okay, that is the ongoing corroboration of that. You see them stalking in the video. That's exactly what they were doing, monitoring all night. And they're hostile demons because I'm documenting the fact that you are very mentally disturbed. By engaging in that conduct, it is directly putting into a question your mental state. And that's you're the one engaging in that conduct. I'm not forcing you to do that. That's you. And I'm just pointing it out. You're very disturbed. And it's going to be a matter of the way in which you are prosecuted, the way in which you're examined and subject to what is necessary as punishment. 7NYK344. And this is dealing with the demon-possessed population, a very sick one. 80616H3, 4VAG901, 8LRU050. And by the way, like I stated, the Ontario Fire Department remains in relevant position on B Street while the entity flies over my head by helicopter. They're a part of that terrorism. That is federal prison. 6WHH092. They're monitoring while the entity engages in that act, which I captured on video. And they're subject to federal prison while they're engaging in what is repeatedly sounding sirens, engaging in criminal summoning in directed light. You can go pull out a hose and scorch down a building all you want. It's criminal summoning. That's why I am surrounded by directed light. It is facilitation. The demon-possessed do not have any legal argument. The impossible environment remains. You are engaging in criminal summoning, and not only that, you're a psychopath engaging in that criminal summoning because you're mad that I'm revealing the fact that you're a psychopath while you engage in that P.O.C. 8HJC532, that's exactly the personality of Satan. I'm documenting you, and you then provide more evidence to fly over my head by helicopter. That's the Ontario Police Department. 38330D3. Providing corroborating documentation as to the fact that you are indeed a violent criminal engaging in what is monitoring with those who are surrounding, hence group stalking, which is an ongoing threat to the life of an American citizen in and of itself. You're a demon-possessed group stalker that's bearing weapons, wearing a badge, identified as the police department, stalking with helicopters. That's the personality of Satan, providing corroborating evidence while it's monitoring my documentation. That is referred to as, I have termed it, the impermissible threat. This is the psychopath that's being surrounded and choked to death with evidence. And it's pathetic. It is currently 7:21 a.m., 43413B2, California 42482. But that is, again, understanding the personality of Satan, and that's necessary when you're documenting that sort of pattern of conduct. Hello. License plate 6SIT780. That's a minion that's crossing path, going out of her way to walk in front of the bench to cross path, as focused as the Ontario Police Department are, flying over my head by helicopter. 6BOM546, a stalker as well. It is 7:22 a.m. License 6JKZ246. License plate 8ZYA363. But like I said, it's not just the Ontario, that's the state acting directly. The Metro 102 apartments, the entirety of the people of the state. You're talking about the Emporia Lofts. You're talking about the Ontario Town Square Townhomes, the B&G Plaza, the radius that expands beyond the people of the state. All of them that live in relevant position are monitoring while the entity flies over me, and it's group stalking where I remain, both on foot, group stalking on the sidewalks, and monitoring in their vehicles. 6SCT305, 8BFR871. And that's why you have that conduct of what is stalking by helicopter exactly where I'm standing. All right, Southwest Airlines is engaged in that criminal conduct, terrorism, flying of group stalking with the Ontario Police, who's stalking by helicopter. 8KSW570, BN037P3, I believe. 7TLK. I can't really see the rest on. Let me scratch that. License plate 8L82684, 8REE334, 8NXK917. 6JKM722. And that's exactly what you're witnessing. While the entity is indeed group stalking by Southwest Airlines, what do you see moments later? The entity is flying over my head, stalking by helicopter. That's the exact criminal conduct that Southwest Airlines is engaging in. Southwest Airlines is the proxy. All right, group stalking. That's terrorism. And they're also documented as engaging in terrorism while the Ontario Police fly over my head by helicopter. All right, this is very much what it is that I've shown. Companies such as Union Pacific, very real company representatives are going to federal prison for this activity that I'm documenting. 16463G2. Because that's exactly what the Ontario Police Department are doing in concert with them. 8ZJB033. Demons obsessively stalking and monitoring with that demon-possessed police department, providing what is, again, the enhancement to the prosecution of the people of the state, acting under the name of what is Southwest Airlines. It is 7:24 a.m. Let's see. KTK 600, 79405B2, 7CCV126, 42708X1. That's Forest Tree Care Incorporated. (8FQX183). Excuse me, 8EQX183. (8UVY870). 6LCX798. 8TLJ726. 2913. That's Martin Transport, though. Back license is P651117. Martin, MARTEN. That's a large trucking company. It is 7:27 a.m. 8XFN831. Let's see. 45692D2. That's Cool Transport. 2658478. That's Kiwi. 6YVP994. And 4PJ8772 is the back license plate on that Kiwi truck. Route 83 is arriving right now. It's 7:28 a.m. Omnitrans Route 83. This is bus 1328. License 1404972. Alrighty, it is 7:30 a.m. on Route 83. Going northbound.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
7YSV 272. D2. That's Cool Transport at Arco at 434 North Euclid Avenue. Monitoring, stalking with light. 7G75035. $8YJ8. I can't really see what's on. That's audible activity of Cool Transport. 5DVN 368. 8SCD 640. Chevron, that's directly across the street, is monitoring as well. And so is Starbucks at 507 Newport Avenue. The venues of the along Hope Boulevard, the Blink Fitness. We're at the venue around the El Pescador, the Club Estate, the bungalows. I believe they're all monitoring. It's a relevant position. It's ongoing surveillance on an ongoing basis everywhere you're going, and it's an entire society. First of all, they're all demons. It's an entire society that's maintaining ongoing elements of monitoring altogether. AC 99171. As unthinkable as that is, that's exactly what they're doing. Knowing exactly where you're at and making sure that you're surrounded at all times with that light, that activity, and also with simultaneity to what it is that you may do as you do it. 8GFH255. That requires stalking. You were there in position, and 8JKV385 and ready to engage in whatever with regard to criminal monitoring. That's demonic activity. 6202583 5JXS239 5NQB264 44144M2 7JVE694 8A72617 6RXA067
Stop requested.
8SZA200 CNECTV B452 FMLY1 7HTV 678 18701T1 6XJT 108 8RSP 494 8UTD 769 I believe 6MOA 204 8PC 60381.
In the past, and thank you for your service.
LVC 398, 6BPD 046, 6J19439, 4ZSU 956, 6UEZ 466. Seven UDW 620, 8GDB 076, 8RZC 658, 9AYS 942, 87579H1, 8TCD 212.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Sí, pues sí. Por favor, cruzar la puerta trasera.
Doors.
17JB321,
Por favor, cruzar la puerta
2645182.
trasera.
Alright, this minion is stalking with activity on the bus, and this is the same one that's group stalking while the 880 flies over by helicopter. She's now sitting on the bus, 8XET911. Talk about S.I.I.S requesting the wrong stop. She did not request the wrong stop. Alright, these are demons that do that with regard to anticipating where it is that I get off. I didn't press the stop request at 7-Eleven. She presses it, and then while that creates activity, the demon that's operating the bus stops. S.I.I.S, wrong stop. She's group stalking just like she was in the video while the entity flew over me by helicopter. All right, she made her way back, and she is on the bus again. This is the same minion. All right, this is it's 7:40 a.m. And this is group stalking on the bus, as I've shown. UCHESR 4JOU 971. Again, this is Omnitrans 1404972, bus 1328, and I got off at Uptown and Country in Upland, California at Foothill and Euclid. It's 7:43 a.m. 33694H3. I didn't see any logo on that truck. 7LMW372. 11663F1 or 11663E1. That's a black Toyota Tundra pickup truck. 7CGP544, 8LWH766, 8MKP899, 56175B1. Group stalking in the through the Looking Glass Hair Parlor and the Euclid Dentist Office. Sitting in the parking lot at 7:46 in the morning, monitoring. This is an overweight female. Group stalking, maintenance in the path in that parking lot. This is license plate 7XOJ558. And it is, again, 7:47 a.m. This is group stalking conduct. Very, very demented conduct. People stalking, maintaining presence all around. That's exactly what that is. She is straight up stalking. And doing so on behalf of the state that is stalking by helicopter. Okay, so that's your ongoing context. And that's why you have that ongoing presence on behalf of that state. It's called surveillance, criminal surveillance. And that's a psychopath. Your mind state is immediately brought into question when you're engaging in the pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring. It is literally 7:47 a.m. and I am in Upland. This is 100 East South Foothill Boulevard, 9AKF 233 4XAJ 935 07767T2 7VLU 184 9AYE 344 872HUY 7PLS 791 6ADV 782 5WRR 653 5NOT 161. It's 7:48 a.m. You got your Golden family, 872HUY. That Golden family, they're a family of sex offenders, and they're also demon possessed. While they're being honored as something such as a Golden family, they're engaging in criminal conduct. 3VVA 784 at the company that calls itself the home of the Golden Arches, McDonald's, bathroom monitoring. It is currently 7:54 a.m. 7RMA 247. Capturing what is surveillance around the bathroom where that government that is stalking by helicopter and stalking via the people, all right, engaging in what is criminal surveillance, and doing so while I'm inside of that private space. And these are demons of, you're talking about a sex offender that's a dude. You don't even know that they're monitoring you in a bathroom. I mean, that's gross. It is predatory. It is sexually violent. It's an invasion of the privacy. It's by the government, okay, 8MIP560. And not only that, they're doing this by females and males. I mean, you're talking about what is treating an American citizen like they are some sort of animal, and you're subject to the system, and you ordinarily don't even know it. Right, they're engaging in surveillance, sitting around inside of that venue, monitoring with communication devices and real-time knowledge of what you are doing in the bathroom. They're demon possession. This is why you are understanding everything that's relevant to the P.O.C. It's not just the ongoing elements of monitoring. Demons are engaging in the elements of monitoring. AWRM 698. You will be prosecuted for what it is that you know while you're engaging in what is criminal activity. And that which you know is not a matter of what is intuitive with regard to the target individual's prosecution. Your knowledge is known by your criminal conduct. You're stalking with activity conduct because you know that what the target individual is doing as they do it. That occurs in the bathroom. You're a sex offender, okay? That is sick. 457 East 70 Nevada. And that minion who I'm capturing group stalking in that parking lot, sitting in that van, she's engaged in bathroom monitoring. She's a sex offender. She's in relevant position while the entity is engaging in surveillance inside of the McDonald's and in the parking lot and patrolling all around. Monitoring, 9APZ 803. Okay, a very disturbed one. Stalking a stranger, monitoring a stranger in a bathroom. License 8PUL021. License 6HTK840. And it is 7:56 in the morning. Upland Police Department crossing path on Foothill, turning onto Euclid Avenue, which is also on traffic cameras. 6R4255, 6R4, I can't really see that one. 7BXR545, 8UJJ182. Group stalking with the Upland Police. Okay, communicating a threat together. 7ZCY810, that's federal prison, 28131T2. TRECINA, 8YLS 806. License 7LZN 833. Guess what the Upland Police Department are doing? Monitoring while my panties are down as well. Okay? Very disgusting sex offenders. 8MQY 528. License 7YJV 791, 8UCC 700. 401 MLX, Oregon 1586437. That's California exempt. 7CVN 787 65394W1, 6GZC 649, 7VSZ 818, 47198D1, 8ZZ 6994, 8UTW 665, 6DFC 616, 7VLR 645, 8223 1 and 2. All right, what you're listening to me, you're not only listening to me read license plates, you're listening to me catalog impunity. This is how the people of the state are going to be prosecuted. That's why they are going to be prosecuted so intensely. License plate 7J58063. License plate, this is called impunity. While you listen to all these like group stalking, 7HCK286, 8CMZ180, 8CGR786, 8RXK447, 8WDT598, 48168J2. GFH 6859 Texas, 8URG102, 8ZGU716, and it is 7:58 a.m. 7ZFE 870, 7EQL 489, 5LBT 260, 7RZW 703. 6NMB 292, 6SRV 157, GLOVE hand. The hand is like a symbol. YMR 517. Can't really see that one. 8Z. I can't really see that one. But the Upland Police are group stalking at Uptown and Country Shopping Center. License 5ZOT 811 is group stalking with the Upland Police. And license plates. So is this one 9AVR060, studying their communication device while they're group stalking. They're monitoring together. Those are demons studying their communication devices while they pace all around. All right, it is 31295N1, 5LOH 464, 7THA 846, LLK47 Arizona. License 1586420 California exempt, CL558 handicap. License 8SFC 673. License 7YHR 35. You can't see that last character. That's a yellow Jeep. It's a Rubicon. And they're monitoring with the Upland Police. A license 8PMX 168. Upland Police are crossing paths coming from the back alley around the back alley of the Uptown and Country Shopping Plaza. The entire plaza is monitoring. Okay, the CVS, the Coco's restaurant, they're all monitoring. License plate 5GRM 046, I believe. And they're all monitoring with the Upland Police. Your work schedule, your delivery schedule, whatever it is that you're doing in a relevant position, you're doing it on behalf of the Upland Police Department, and you are subject to federal prison for that. 8YGR 102. It's the ongoing template, and it is speaking to what is that criminal conduct that the entity is engaging in directly and vicariously. 3J63719. BPE 815. License 7PP P724. 1415 2F3, I believe. People of the state at 906 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California, group stalking, monitoring, engaging in terrorism with the Upland Police. 8NGL 556, 7PTZ 616, and I read 4JOU 971 when I was on the bus. They are at what is 890 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. 8HBE 374. They're group stalking and monitoring with the Upland Police. 8YVY 634, 3CKA 395, 7TTZ 933. City of Upland 1175166. Y67849, 6YLH094. Five NLH 238, 7SML220, 61072V1, SHXYLEN 98924W2. That's MG Bobcat Trucking Company. The people that stayed at 830 Euclid Avenue up in California with the license DUCHESR, which I read when I was on the bus, and they are monitoring. 8 MVP 500. It is currently 8:04 a.m. 6ZNJ266 next door, where the people of the state reside in relevant position. 824 Euclid Avenue up in California. 32094N2, GWGB 129. Uh, 8WMV667, 6L27933. Eight N87796, 7C23035. 84526K3 Tire Network, 74146 J3. Eight VOB 486. It is 8:06 a.m. Seven XLH 428. 6XRY 476, I believe. 44936G3, that's Burtech. 99923T2, 7TPU 397. 8KRG 126. Stalking at G Street and Euclid Avenue. 9AAJ 231. At what is 706 Euclid Avenue and Upland, California, where the people of the state are monitoring as well. 6NZE 105, 6WVY 089, 8TWJ 704, 8WAH 202, 6GEJ 060. I believe I read some of these license plates yesterday. PSV 129. It's still relevant. They are monitoring today as well, but speaking to my location. M73807, 7WSY 999, 6GDS 957, 6YOD 933, 39031A1, 71336L1. Trans route 85 is crossed the path at 8:09 a.m. 7KAB 545. Eight WTD 276. 8XHD 023. 7UJE 535. Five B 77296, that's Idaho. 93467D1, 25441Z1. Eight YMJ660, 8 LSG 253, 8 AAA 373, 5 UVC 985, 8 MQE 891, 7 KML 960. Looks like 1 NCC 103. Nine AKK 435. C M208YO 7LMS. C 7LMS 884. It's 8:11 a.m. Seven WNC 175. 583271. 8GYH 093. 6NMM 622. Nine ALU 214. 8XQC 188. 8NUU 546. 95232M2. 6UOV 337 25030OH 751099 36273 U2 48711 M2, I believe. 8 DKT 275 7 RYY 669 CC 55K74 paper 8XDX 828 6R ML 221 4STL 332 8R00903 2734260. That's a large truck. 8FTY 886 7LKC 580 7KYX 969 EXBURST 6C 58582 9ALE 879 41373H1 7END 223 6LMY 622. Is that Sammy's Market? Sammy's 4 Market at the one off of Arrow Highway. Monitoring. It is 8:18 a.m. 7SCY647 8WJW977 71501K3 7AZB007 6JGH351 1541464. That's Upland Police, group stalking. And by group stalking, I'm walking on Arrow Highway, leaving Sammy's Market, who we're monitoring as well. And again, I suspect that if they are not natural-born citizens, again, default policy is deportation upon prosecution. They're monitoring with the Upland Police Department. I mean, all manner of what is just absolutely intolerable conduct. But anyway, they are crossing path by driving west on Arrow Highway. Group stalking. The farmers market is criminal conduct. That's what the city of Upland engages in on these days. Saturday, they're a bunch of demons in relevant position. Group stalking in concert with the Upland police, because that's the city that I'm in, the farmers market in Ontario. It's the same exact conduct. The entity is engaging in what is entirely demonic and criminal. All right, and the same exact pattern remains underway, regardless of what those demons call their festivities. That's where you're getting into what is a sick, and this is very, very sick. 8HVN524. And the demon-possessed are in no way normal. They stand out. They're freaks of nature. And they're violent sex offenders engaging in egregious criminal activity. 8PRZ835. It's 8:20 a.m. Yeah. All right. Can I get if you have a study room available and a laptop?
Yeah.
Oh, where's one? 2 is fine, right? Because 1's not available?
1's not available
Okay.
anymore.
All right. Hello, Noah, right? Yeah. Hi, you need my library card?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your name again?
Mine? Carissa.
Carissa. Okay. There you go. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, this is the people of the state pacing in the library, crossing paths, walking down the stairs. They're monitoring. Joy is in the discovery lab with a Latino male, group stalking as I walk to study room number 2. Thank you, Noah.
Anytime.
Have a good day. Thanks. All right, that is crossing path. This is the entity group stalking inside of the venue. All right, the same exact entity is maintaining presence all around, engaging in what is this demonic pacing, walking down the stairs, maintaining presence while Noah's walking to the walking to the study room, maintaining presence, standing in the discovery lab. That's what the Asian female Joy is doing. Carissa is monitoring as well. That's why I'm getting their names. I'm documenting those that are monitoring with the state that is stalking by helicopter. Okay, monitoring on behalf of the entity, group stalking with the Upland Police Department. All right, monitoring with the entity that is maintaining ongoing presence at every moment on an ongoing basis. Demons stalking with noise. This is terrorism that these demons are engaging in. Doing so on behalf of the state that's practicing the satanic monitoring system. And also engaging in what is the sex offense, the perpetual sex offense inside of the private space inside of this facilitating venue. This is also the entity acting via, for example, Carissa, Joy, Kristen, that are engaging in what is the impermissible threat. All right. It is currently 10:04 a.m. and you are posing an impermissible threat. Your work schedule is no legal argument or basis whatsoever. It's criminal conduct. And the entity is engaging in what is that impermissible threat while monitoring documentation as well. All I'm doing is revealing that criminal system and how they are engaging in that criminal conduct on behalf of the state on an ongoing basis. And that is the prosecution of the people of the state as a matter of justice with regard to what is the malicious forms of that P.O.C. It's 10:04 a.m. Alrighty, so what I'm showing you is the Upland Public Library engaging in group stalking, acting via Joy. This is a demon. It is so pathetic what she's doing. She's monitoring, okay? But this is a demon that is also trying to subtly hide her face while outwardly conducting herself as though she's, ignorant of the fact she's being documented. She's focused on a conversation. She's keeping eye contact with the minion that she's monitoring with in relevant position. Group stalking in the computer lab, the discovery lab, and the demons that have maintain study room number 1 for purposes of what is the employees themselves that engage in group stalking surveillance on behalf of the state in relevant position while I'm in the study room. That's exactly what they have secured that location for. They're engaged in criminal monitoring. So they have now made it such that the employees exclusively are engaging in criminal monitoring using study room number 1, as they have cut off the ability for patrons to utilize. And by the way, that is the study room that I typically use. Not only that, so I just want to be clear that those are the demonic methods of trying to engage in harassment while you are monitoring. And it is indeed both based on me. This is an entity that keeps engineer light for the duration of the day. This is an entity that is engaging what is presence while inexplicable ongoing noises are funneled into the study room while you are acting as though you're focused on a conversation. That's nothing other than a psychopath. That's nothing than what is a demon-possessed person. All right, and doing so while minions such as Joy are pacing in relevant position, and that's what she's doing. This is a demon. You've seen her in her element. While they're standing in directed light, they are providing that ongoing evidence of the demon possession. All right, that's the work of Satan. It's not sunlight. You're witnessing the impossible while you see that. And what you're actually been looking at, this is what you're looking at all times when you're when I've revealed to you what is the scientific impossibility of the environment as I am surrounded by it, as you are surrounded by it actually, and you are looking at what is supposed to appear, and with regard to your ignorance, what would be, for example, sunlight and the sun. And I've broken that entire system down. You are actually surrounded by the work of Satan. And I've termed it directed light. While you see directed light, this is literally how you are witnessing the presence of Satan. Again, you are not going to see a levitating object with red horns and a tail. You are going to see directed light. Directed light equals Satan, okay? Directed light equals federal group stalking and monitoring with communication devices. All right, and that is how Joy has demonstrated to the world that she is not only a criminal, she is a sex-offending, demon-possessed group stalker. who was doing so in concert and on behalf of the state of California. In doing so, which is the evidence of her criminal conduct, her very work schedule. Okay, you don't have any legal argument, and this is why the entity is engaging in that, and it is very much directly relevant to what is their exclusive use of study room number 1 to engage in what is criminal surveillance of literally me while I remain inside of the open public library. So I just want to point that out. Whether they have minions that are patrons engaging in criminal surveillance, Open Public Library has decided to make it exclusively for the use of the employees who are very easily documented engaging in that criminal surveillance. And that's what's going on. Joy is surrounding on the opposite side with these demons, and I documented this Asian female who was in study room number 1. All they are doing is, this is what it's equally as pathetic as Joy trying to subtly hide her face. They are engaging in what is the ongoing creation of audible activity while literally sitting around stalking. That's all they're doing, sitting around twiddling their thumbs. But instead of literally just sitting there twiddling their thumbs and saying, well, what are you doing? What are you looking at? I'm waiting for you to engage and upload your podcast, sitting, in other words, on behalf of the state, monitoring and stalking. They are continuing conversation, which is amplified audible activity inside of this study room, occurring with simultaneity and engaging in what is, in other words, stalking with audible activity the entire time that they are stalking in the path. That's literally what, and it's pathetic. Not only that, these demons who you see, the peach sweater, this is the Asian female who is a violent sex offender. As I documented her stalking me in the bathroom on behalf of the state. She is posing an impermissible threat as you analyze this one particular actor. It is attributed to the state engaging in what is an ongoing stalking presence on behalf of the state that's threatening your life, stalking by demon-possessed police officers, stalking, engaging in terrorizing conduct, amplifying noise around you, engaging in what is stalking in bathrooms, doing so on behalf of the government that likes to follow you around by helicopter. This sex offender is yet again on another day engaging in what is that criminal conduct on behalf of the state with knowledge of the fact that she was documented then and that she's being documented now. Like I said, this is the ongoing grounds of the ways in which the people of the state, any state, will be subject to federal prison while engaging in the bidding of the state that wants to keep you under surveillance. All right, which is a threat to your life. It is 10:10 a.m. This is P.O.C. at the Upland Public Library. Fake sun is over D Street, right over my head, inside of the Upland Public Library. Hello, Kristen. Can I get another laptop, please? The battery died. And what you also pay attention to in my images, I'm showing you what the entity is doing, which is entirely terrorizing. You're looking at what is the directed light that's appearing and disappearing. Like I said, this is not the natural environment. This is not a cloudy day. This is real-time control of the environment, and this is engineered light. Understand the placement of engineered light is the communication of a threat. And this is ongoing demonic activity, which is threatening in and of itself. And these are demons that are present in that environment. And I love for you to see the face expressions of the demons who are stalking while directed light is appearing and disappearing. Fake sun is right over me at the circulation desk where I'm standing, where Kristen is monitoring with the demons that fill the Upland Public Library. It's 1:09 p.m. All right, this is documentation. What is the ongoing sex offense? And this is on multiple levels. While the entity is aiming what is its engineered light, directed light, keeping it inside of the venue, the people of the state are engaging in the same sex offense that they practice while I am, for example, standing outside or walking outside and they are molesting with directed light while they are doing nothing other than driving a car past me. Whether I'm in the shade or standing under what is the fake sun that's directly over my head, this is how the demon-possessed stalk with light, placing you under surveillance, the conduct of the demon-possessed sex offender. That is the people of the state. While inside and the entity is aiming directed light, you are being molested. That's a sex offense. This is the iteration indoors, okay? And this is how that same exact pattern of conduct is occurring inside of a building, all right? And this is also how I'm capturing what is that scientific impossibility, the criminal setting, the ongoing demonic environment where you are keeping what is a fake sun, as I have also documented that hallmark, over the address of the Upland Public Library, all right? And this is also in addition to what is the fake sun. Remember, it is an entirely distinct method of stalking with directed light. The two do not rely on each other in order for the directed light to be present and the fake sun to be present. The entity is engaging in the conduct with directed light in the shade. Okay, the entity engages in the conduct with directed light in absolutely inexplicable methods. Sunlight is not some dynamic laser-like conduct that's shooting around, shooting through depths of hallways. This is the entity that's engaging in what is demonic. These are the acts of Satan, stalking with a fake sun, stalking with directed light. So this is the iteration inside of the building. That's a molestation while I'm walking around and an American citizen, as I'm documenting the P.O.C. for you, and what is demonic activity. And it is the ongoing affirmative evidence, by the way, of the condition of every single last person in here who are psychopaths engaging engaging in what is surveillance. And they're also psychopaths because they're engaging in what is criminal conduct that's no longer a secret. Oh, and they're doing it while they are being documented. That's a psychopath. That's very disturbing conduct. Even that is relevant to their prosecution for terrorism. All right, so I want to be clear. The entity is engaging in what is the sex offense while I'm subject to a molestation just walking around in the building. What is terrorism also relevant? The entity is engaging in what is this directed light getting brighter and dimmer. In other words, appearing and disappearing based on what I'm doing in the study room. So in other words, while I start unplugging my phone as it's charging, as I shut down the computer, these sex offenders engaging in what is positioning in order to monitor in the event, wherever it is I go. If I were to walk outside, if I walk to the circulation desk, if I walk to the bathroom, the entity is engaging in what is positioning, and you have what is in real time, the light activity that is immediately vacillating. And so that's what is also what I showed in the images. This is Kristen. Hi. Sure. So Kristen is monitoring, and she comes to study room number 2 in order to tell me while she is engaging in the P.O.C. It's her method of crossing path, by the way. And any demon coming into the study room is engaging in what is the use of the library's facilities while they're engaged in criminal surveillance. So anyway, this is 1:22 p.m. and the entity is engaging in this molestation in real time. And this directed light is appearing, getting brighter. I took images of that, so you'll see that, and does so with real time knowledge of the fact I'm packing up. I'm getting ready to move, in other words, outside or walk to some location. And that's what the entity is doing. And then also, as you see, as I stand at that circulation desk, first of all, the fake sun is over my head. It is directly over D Street in that position as I captured over my head, facing south. And the entity is placing that light source. Not only is that speaking to what is not possibly the sun, all right, it's not over the roof while it's over D Street, it's directly over my head while I'm standing at that end of the building on the inside, and molesting with directed light as I'm at the circulation desk. Directed light covering the circulation desk onto the floor. And then also you see the directed light, that's the shape of the windows. And this is what the entity is doing all day long. It's also speaking to what is not possibly the sun, of course. You're talking about what is documented before 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun is not remaining around over the roof of the building. It's not remaining and vacillating from the front to the back or the D Street side of the building. The entity is engaging in what is the maintenance of a light source and the maintenance of directed light. Okay. And that Kristen is, while she's monitoring me under the form of what is another demon that wants to engage in what is monitoring, sitting inside of the study room. I want to be clear. This is the ongoing sex offense that they're engaging in together. And this is that demonic activity underway. It is currently, by the way, 1:23 p.m. And this is the Upland Public Library. Kristen engaging in what is federal stalking by entity in the bathroom. And so is the minions going by the name of Joy, who I captured in relevant position. She's group stalking. She's a violent sex offender and a demon-possessed third party. Her condition is a matter of public information. It needs to be known what criminal conduct she's engaging in. And she's doing it on behalf of the Upland Police Department. And let me be clear, the Ontario Police Department. Okay, you're talking about what is the superficial distinction as the entity is group stalking together. This is the state of California's P.O.C. That in and of itself is the grounds of federal prison. Understand that. All right, but Joy and Kristen are not acting alone. The third party, Noah, is engaging in criminal surveillance, monitoring one engaging in sexually violent surveillance inside of the private space, and doing so on behalf of the entity that is present at this venue, the Upland Public Library, where demonic activity, which is terrorism, remains underway, okay? Psychopaths that are placing a cup down on the table, this old, wrinkly biddy, stalking with noise. In stalking in what is the study room number 1 that the employees have reserved for their criminal purposes, and that is engaging in surveillance, group stalking inside of that study room and cutting it off from the ability to sit in there. That is a method of the pattern of conduct. You know, all they're doing is engaging in surveillance, and the directed light, as I stated earlier, is the ongoing direct evidence of that, as opposed to what is anything that they would state, oh no, we really need it for litter. Yeah, you're really stalking. You're doing it in directed light, and that P.O.C. is what supersedes a psychopath's reliance upon what they're doing in directed light and what they're doing under the fake sun and what they're doing in relevant position. All right, so anyway, it's currently 1:25 p.m. This is documentation of what is federal stalking by entity in the bathroom. And I also want to document what is a method of also harassment while monitoring. And the psychopath sex offending group stalker is monitoring while I am documenting their criminal activity. And that is, again, what you heard. Kristen comes to the door. Oh, somebody wants to use the study room. Somebody, whoever that somebody is a third party, and they're group stalking together. Okay? And she's monitoring while she does that. All right, so anyway, it's currently 1:25 p.m. I want to be clear. Katie, with the purple hair, She's monitoring in the bathroom. She's engaging in terrorism. She's group stalking with the Ontario Police Department, stalking by helicopter. The Upland Police Department, stalking by helicopter. Engagement in that pattern of conduct by NOAA, engaging in that sex offense, just the same. And the entity, this is Carissa, who you heard engaging in the P.O.C. this morning in relevant position, group stalking, and the entity engaging in the P.O.C. and also that sexually violent pattern of conduct that's underway by what is the state actor, I believe her name is, let me make sure I document everybody. Kristen, Carissa, Katie, Noah, the overweight minion with the bad wig. It looks like a wig. All right, she drives the Camry, documented her monitoring me at the 7-Eleven, where the entity just moves its fake son north to be over the Upland Public Library and remains on that same street in the evening. Yeah, this is, let's see, Noah, Kristen, Carissa, Katie, and Joy. All right, these are the minions who I have observed thus far, engaging in the pattern of conduct, violent sex offenders, monitoring with the people of the state, monitoring with the police departments. Okay, this is P.O.C. Joy and Kristen engaging in criminal summoning. You can see Joy at 1:29 p.m. monitoring. The demon is standing in directed light, and the moment that I speak what is the truth, she's going to federal prison. Guess what the entity does? Sound sirens, okay? Which is Joy threatening me. In addition, she's going to federal prison for a long time. That's what that equates to. Okay, this is a demon engaging in what is group stalking with the entity that's all then engages in what is criminal summoning. All right, and that's federal prison on multiple grounds. How is the government not permitted to threaten the American citizen? First of all, by engaging in that method of facilitation. You're engaging on a matter of threatening conduct while you're a demon, first of all. Engaging in what is group stalking, second of all, on behalf of a government, third of all, while engaging in what is presence in that environment while you're monitoring documentation, and then doing so on behalf of the demons who are sounding police sirens with real-time knowledge of what I'm uttering with regard to what Joy is subject to. She's going to federal prison, okay? And she's acting with impunity. That's what you see as she's standing there in directed light with her communication device, monitoring with the rest of these minions engaging in surveillance. It's 1:30 p.m. All right, and Joy is engaging in that while she is monitoring the documentation that I am posting on the internet, and that is called the impermissible threat. This is one that is engaging in terrorism and is not deterred enough from the fact that an American citizen is enforcing their rights. And so you go to federal prison for that. That's a threat to the public. All right, and you respond to that threat by a federal prison. All right, it's currently 1:30 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, you will see the entity engaging in group stalking on my way out in directed light in front and inside of the venue of the Upland Public Library at the exit doors. 7BHA 711, 8TSC 915, BA 70G65, paper 6031-2H1, 8KLA 057, 7KSY 498, 7ENH 092, SPCS P9, let's see, 7WJE 627, JOL, I can't really see that one, 7EHS 393, 08785, 08785C3, 26161K3, 4KBF 257, 7WRM 658, 7HTD 281. And again, it is 5:59 p.m. where you will see what is monitoring from my anywhere that I'm walking inside. You have Elaine, Noah, Katie, the minions that are inside of the venue maintaining presence with them, even up to my walking out of the door where you see what is absolutely impossible light. Underneath that desk area, 8PTG 185, that desk area of the entrance where the circulation desk is at the front, 8XOZ 275, you'll see direct light under there, 8RE E334, I believe. I can't really see that one. Let me scratch that. 5KLK 911. And then you also see what is light that is aiming diagonally as though somehow it's bending in order to touch, not only appear inside, but it's like at an angle into the door of the Upland Public Library. Okay, they're all sex offenders, including these license plates that I'm reading. That's a demon amplifying audible activity. 8XTR093 engaging what is harassment as an entity. A demon stalking and monitoring while my panties are down. 8KPS478 doing in concert with the people of the state, as the people of the state, who are engaging in that sexually violent conduct, that entirely demented level of stalking conduct, and of that condition which is demon possession. All right, and that's why that impossible light activity is there. in that manner. And I specifically captured images of that, and that's what you'll see. Again, it's 6 p.m., so this is moments ago upon my exit. And what I'm showing you step by step, I walk away from that desk partition where I'm sitting. I exited study room number 2 earlier. Okay, I documented that as that demon Kristen knocks on the door while I'm literally documenting her. It was monitoring, all right? That was their method of monitoring. But nonetheless, you have what is remaining in that area where I've been sitting all day. And so while I'm sitting there, the entity has been maintaining directed light as I captured images of. They're using the teen room to engage in what is ongoing harassment, slamming doors, psychopaths slamming doors just obsessively. This is ongoing terrorism. Again, Elaine arrives in her denim suspenders and her pigtails. That's the demon who is stalking with noise at the teen room. Okay, she's engaging group stalking. And what do I show you? Which right on to my right, she's to my left, stalking with noise using the teen room, and you see directed light that's on the upper portion of the staircase. Not the staircase, excuse me. It is on the second level floor above the first floor. On that, it's like the mesh type of gate that's up that lines the second floor. You can see the directed light clearly captured in images. They're demons that are creating ongoing noise, and this is terrorism by psychopaths who are stalking. All right, and they just engage in stalking with a straight face. That's a demon, okay, and that's entirely demented. And this is Elaine engaging in that stalking. You see Elaine, she's got the pigtails, and you see the directed light. That's exactly what I'm capturing. Elaine is a demon, and she's also a violent sex offender. She's engaging in what is group stalking, both while I'm in the bathroom and also as I walk out of the venue. And you see what is directed light. That is even how you're talking about what's remaining present. The fake sun is over D Street. I captured that. You see it directly over my head while I am standing on the first floor facing that first floor circulation desk. And then you have what is right now where it's over the opposite side of D Street. It is not in no way, in any way in conformity or ever to be present over D Street. You're talking about literally hopping from side to side as I'm inside of the building, capturing that in the morning, by the way. And not only that, you have what is remaining as I'm at the exit door, which is where the entrance doors is. This is the same side, the opposite side of D Street, okay? Not only that, you have what is also light activity somehow diagonally aiming into those exit doors, even reaching underneath, touching what is the circulation desk on the first floor. Underneath that circulation desk, you'll see what is directed light. And it's light that's there. It's not light that's like even attached in that diagonal line, which is impossible light activity. But like I said, you're looking at what is just light, just spackling it. It's just appearing. It's just inexplicable light that's just there. All right. And it is also light. Not only is it just there, you seeing there is no, you're looking at it, it's just, how is it, the entity's not even providing any sort of like appearance of it whereby, it's somehow attached to this line of light that's reaching in through the door. No, you've got the line of light, and then you just got way down at the wall, light just sitting there underneath the desk, stalking with light. In addition to what is absolutely impossible, the fake sun remaining for the duration of the day. The fake sun on the opposite side of D Street where I captured this morning directly over my head. The fake sun present while directed light is somehow, it's the entrance doors face the entrance doors face north. The fake sun is supposedly on, the fake sun is actually, the sun is supposedly on what is the same exact street in perfect alignment with where I stand in the morning when I enter this venue. So you're talking about what is the fake sun that's over the house, literally across the street. And you the light activity is also speaking to that. This is supposedly the sun, and that's supposedly sunlight. Okay, that's supposedly the sun also that is remaining over the Chino Branch Library as I step out and document it. All right, and that is also creating light as it's aimed inside of those exit doors of the Upland Public Library. Okay, because that's necessarily the case, because I have documented what is supposedly the sun while I remain at the single address of what is the Chino Branch Library from morning until evening. And this is exactly what the entity did, kept what is supposedly the sun over that address, over my head at that address, in perfect alignment with me as I exit that address at this time and later than this time, up until after 7 p.m. Okay, this is supposedly that which is occurring at the same time. It's somehow on what is the same street on alignment on the opposite side of where it was on D Street. Somehow that's capable of being seen over the Chino Branch Library at the same time. And over, don't forget, while I'm capturing the light activity, somehow it's remaining over the Ovid Family Community Library at 1:45 in the afternoon. Somehow you would be able to see what is the sun directly over your head where I got up in the morning, the Ontario Museum of History and Art. Somehow that's occurring as well. And then don't forget what the entity is doing at the same time. The sun is also remaining over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library at the same time, at that central presence over the ordinary observer's head. That's what's occurring at the same time. While I am remaining today at the Upland Public Library, and this is sunlight that is somehow horizontally reaching onto the floor while the doors are both open and closed. This is very powerful sunlight that is concentrated light that is appearing on the inside on the floors through those doors that face the north, while the sun, okay, is nowhere in the position of north of those entryways. It is above the houses that are west of the entrance of the Upland Public Library, of Euclid Avenue, directly above these houses, as I showed you the Upland Police Department group stalking. Okay, that's where the fake sun is. And somehow you've got what is the presence of sunlight from that position. And then you're also going to remember what is the ongoing mutual maintenance of presence for the duration of the day at the Fontana Lewis Library, at the Ovid Family Community Library, at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. All right, while I remain in, don't forget, in Montclair, because I went to Montclair and the sun remained over me from morning, as I documented this. And also remember when I went to that same Starbucks in Montclair, California at 4490 Holt Boulevard, I arrived there at the afternoon, and the entity kept the fake sun and set it there as I remained as of, I believe it was 1:22 in the afternoon, where Amazon Prime, just like it is now, group stalking on First Avenue. Amazon Prime was group stalking using a commercial airline plane flying directly over my head while the sun was directly over my head at that same parking lot in Montclair, California. Somehow you have what is occurring all at the same time, sunlight appearing into the Upland Public Library, while Elaine is engaging in what is presence while I am physically indisposed. Okay, inside of a bathroom. That is, in other words, directed light, and the light source, which is capturing what is the scientific impossibility that would ever be the sun. This is the unnatural environment and the unnatural conduct that is criminal on behalf of the state that's practicing a satanic targeting system. That's the explanation for what is irreconcilable with regard to that documentation showing what is not the sun at any time of day. Okay, and that's how you document, showing and establishing what is precedent of what is, as I have properly termed it, the fake sun. Okay, so that is what you will see in images, and those are demons that are engaging in amplified audible activity. The entirety of that entity, including Katie, who was group stalking, with Noah, who are group stalking. They are walking in front of me in relevant position in that impossible light activity. It is literally the evidence to prosecute the demon-possessed population, who are subject to federal prison. That's where they're going. They engaged in criminal conduct in concert with the Upland Police Department and the Ontario Police Department and the Montclair Police Department and the Fontana Police Department and the Los Angeles Police Department and the Pomona Police Department and the San Bernardino Police Department, all together. They engaged in that together. That's an absolutely unlawful threat. They're going to federal prison for that. And they did it all day long. Okay? They are in no way deterred by the fact that an American citizen is documenting what they have the constitutional right to be free from, which is criminal surveillance. And so since that is not a deterrence, and they engage in what is actually increasing their demented criminal conduct, which is terrorism and a threat to the life, you go to federal prison for that. That's exactly where you go, and that's exactly where you belong. And that's exactly what that light activity is demonstrating while they are stalking me inside of that Upland Public Library, which is evidenced through that impossible light that is present under that light source, which is already fully documented as being present. But that's exactly where it was. And also, even if I didn't capture that light source, you have what is the impossibility and what is establishing, oh, that's necessarily the sun, because that's how the system works, right? Sunlight is there where the sun is, right? All right, so the sun is necessarily here. It's right here, as I've documented, which is the case. But also, it can't possibly be over the Chino Branch Library or over the parking lot or visible through some window of the Chino Branch Library or the Fontana Lewis Library while it's aiming light horizontally through the sliding doors of the Upland Public Library that are on the north side of that building, the same north entrance where I stand in the morning. But nonetheless, that's exactly what the documentation shows. And it is direct evidence against those terrorists going by the name of Noah. All right, going by the name of Joy. All right. She lives her life in absolute contradiction to her very name. That is a misnomer for a demon-possessed criminal, by the way. And you have what is Elaine, who's engaging in this criminal conduct and the entity engaging in this P.O.C. for the duration of the day. That is the state of California engaging in the pattern of conduct surrounding me with that environment and doing so with knowledge of the fact that it is being documented. And that the reason why I keep referencing that, because that is speaking to what is an enhancement, and an enhancement of what is a federal prosecution, which shall result in what is, as a matter of justice, federal prison. All right. You will not be subject to what is terrorizing an American citizen who is in every way a target, subject to what is repeated acts of harassment and kidnapping, just as you hear. That's audible activity. That's a threat. And there are going to be people that are going to federal prison for that. That's called impunity. And you're just going to use Satan's criminal activity against itself. All right. While you're stalking with light, while you're stalking with audible activity, all you're literally going to do is run the tape. That's a threat. You're subject to criminal monitoring. And guess who's being documented right now if I didn't document any other police department? All right. You have Elaine and Katie and Noah and Joy and Kristen and Carissa, who are engaging in what is that criminal system already documented. It's very, very, very easy. And very real people are going to be subject to what is that very real federal prosecution for a government who's engaging in a very real criminal act. All right. And this is holding that entity accountable for its criminal conduct with which it is engaging in concerted activity in order to accomplish it. So what you'll see is this directed light as I capture that in images. All right before the 6 o'clock hour, 6 p.m., by the way, 6 p.m. And you have the entity that is following step by step. You'll see the demons that are downstairs. Katie is literally group stalking, maintaining presence around me while I'm shutting down the laptop. She's just lingering around. And that's what I capture. And she goes ahead and just starts a conversation with me in order to, she starts a conversation instead of just walking by, because she knows that I'm documenting her. She knows that she's a stalker. So she engages in essentially what is audible activity creation. Oh, you're not in the study room. While actually what she's doing is loitering in alignment to me, waiting for me to get up from the desk because they know that I'm going to turn in the laptop. She's stalking. A demon that's stalking in the library. Okay, and this is exactly what you're doing. This is not some sort of just far-fetched conjecture. That's why directed light is here. Okay, that's why the fake sun is here. And that is the ongoing direct evidence of that. In addition to the direct evidence, which I have surrounded this entity with, which is insurmountable and it's irreconcilable and it is incontrovertible. There is no way that you can ever address it. All right. You're talking about what is just hoping that it would never be documented, never be captured into what is a legal framework, hoping that the target individual would never have anyone to ever witness what it is that I've documented. In addition to that, you have what is the entity that is engaging in what is blatant stalking conduct. Blatant stalking conduct, in addition to what is being surrounded with what is the unnatural environment that you're in, showing the unnatural conduct that you're engaged in, all right? Showing the psychopaths that they are, all right? The infuriated minions that they are, the violent sex offenders that they are. So while I'm walking upstairs, you have Katie that's stalking in the path. Katie's the one with the purple hair. And she is monitoring group stalking with Noah, all of them engaging in real-time surveillance while my panties are down in the bathroom, stalking on behalf of the government that follows me around place to place by helicopters and demon-possessed police officers. And that is followed by what is literally stalking as I get on the elevator. And so what are they doing? They're just walking around the kids' area and maintaining presence in that directed light, literally escorting me, in other words, by the state as I walk out of the library. And then you'll see the minion by the bike rack who is also monitoring. You see the communication device in hand, the directed light, and the fake sun is right there, as I've already captured on many occasions before right now. So I'm just giving a rundown of what you're going to see in my still images as I'm documenting the P.O.C. This is federal stalking federal stalking by entity in the bathroom as well. That is impossible audible activity. I'm at the City Hall where the entity is sounding what is Metrolink activity, the Upland City Hall. And what you'll hear over here is this demon. I'm going to show you who this is. This is the people of the state engaging in what is harassment. That revving of an engine, that's demonic activity. It's called amplification. The train, the Metrolink train, that's called amplification. And over here, this is the people of the state that are yelling out in directed light, shut the F up. Let me show you who these minions are. I'm going to prosecute the Upland Public Library. This is P.O.C. It's 614. These are the minions who are, they also like to monitor while my panties are down. These violent sex offenders. They're over here engaging in harassment monitoring, yelling out and getting up like you're going to do something. Like you're going to physically assault me. Let me be clear, that's the government that's stalking by helicopters, waging a threat while you document them. Those are the same violent sex offenders monitoring while my panties are down. Those are the ones yelling out, shut the F up. That's not randomness. I spoke about what's the pattern by this entity. talking about yelling while I'm at the museum, yelling out vulgarities. Remember that I documented that a couple days ago? Remember when I said when you say the name of Satan, Satan responds, all right, and engages in what is repeating that very conduct as you document it. All right, those sex offenders who I've captured in images are, excuse me, speak up, Satan. Speak up.
Go to hell, bitch.
What else?
Yeah,
What else?
I know you are.
What else? What else? Go ahead. And what else? This is the African American. He's a sex offender. He's been engaged in surveillance all day long. And what else? And what else? Keep on, speak up, please. Go ahead. Well, don't just stare, Satan. Say something. All right. Okay, so that's audible activity, and it's currently 6:16 p.m. So this is the minion that is that was shut the F up. Wait, one more time. I was talking. Okay. Or what? Or what? Or what? Or what? Are you over there cussing at me? Are you over there cussing at me?
Why would you take a picture of
Are you over there cussing at me? Huh? Are you over there cussing at me?
Why are you fucking trying to take pictures?
I know you better back the fuck up. I know you better back up. Don't get hurt. You better back up. You better back up. You better back up. That's an assault and battery. That's an assault and battery. No, that's an assault and battery. And you little hostile minions, you better back up. You better back up. I don't, but you're stalking. But you're stalking. Back up. Back up. Tell him to back up then. You better back up. Back up.
Why would you take pictures?
Why don't you get out of my face? Are you over there cussing? Are you over there cussing at me?
Were
you over there cussing at me? Like you're in my face cussing out. Were you over there cussing at me? 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 Shut your ignorant self up. Were you over there cussing at me? Were you over there cussing at me?
Yes. You shut up.
Were you over there cussing at me? Oh, you don't want to answer that question?
Fuck out of here. What the fuck you looking at?
You don't want to answer that question?
Little punk bitch.
No, both of y'all some
Fuck
punks.
out of here.
Both of y'all some punks. But and listen, your little drunk self, you're going to federal prison. You're a federal prison. This whole little show right here.
Little skateboarder, get the fuck out of here.
He's monitoring with the skateboarder. Were you over there cussing at me? Were you over there cussing at me? Were you over there cussing at me? Just like you're over here in my face cussing at me? Were you over there? Because you were talking the same mess over there. No, I don't think so. Actually, you are. Everything you're doing is of that. You are speaking, you're projecting Satan. You're projecting Satan. You're projecting Satan. Why are you in my face, though? But why are you in my face? Yes, you are. You walked yourself all the way over here. Why are you over here? Why are you over here?
Because I don't like you.
Okay, but you're focused on me, though. But you're focused on me. These are a bunch of demons. They're a bunch of demons. They're a bunch of demons, and this is P.O.C, and that's why they're going to federal prison.
You're a fucking bitch.
I know, don't turn around now. Don't turn around now. Don't turn around now. Don't turn around now. Oh, now you want to turn around when I turn the camera on. Now you want to turn around when I turn the camera on.
Why are you taking pictures?
Coming in my face is not going to resolve it. Why are you over there yelling and cussing at me?
No, I said why
were you? And I asked you a question first. I said, you want to answer?
You said him.
No, both of y'all are over there. Both of y'all are over there cussing.
Don't come back.
All right, then you can't tell me what to do. Do you own the library?
Motherfucker.
No, that's not my name. I know you better back up.
Why
the only MFer is you. You're gonna get out of my face. Ain't nobody scared of you saying you talking to the wrong person. So you can back up out of. You can back up out of my face.
Okay, now why
you can back up out of my face. You can get your punk ass out of my face. You can do that.
Get your punk ass?
Yeah, no, you the punk. You the punk. But I got something better for you. I got something better for you. You over here stalking me. And then you're mad because you document. You know where you belong, animal? You going to fucking federal prison. That's where you going, Satan. You going to federal prison. You and your mama is a minion. How about that? What? You and, am I supposed to be scared? This is the African American with the Puma shirt on. He's holding out a knife. After you walked away? No, I don't think so. You in your holy shirt, okay, and your ashy Puma shirt, and you stalking all day with your white lips. Ain't nothing dirty over here. I don't think so. You're balding. You're out of here with a white mouth, and you're stalking, and you're holding out a knife like I'm supposed to be scared. You're going to federal prison. You over here stalking me, Satan. You're over here stalking me. You're over here stalking me. You black as night. What are you talking about? Okay, you're black as night. You're black. You're purple and black. What are you talking about? Okay, you need to listen. Let me tell you something. Wipe your mouth. Wipe your mouth. Wipe your mouth. Wipe your mouth. You need to wipe your mouth. Wipe your mouth. Wipe your mouth. Wipe your mouth. You need to wipe your mouth. Put some lotion on. Wipe your mouth and stop stalking. Listen, you can't insult me. You're over here stalking. You're pathetic. You're stalking. You're stalking. Everything you're doing right now is stalking. Or what?
We don't want you around.
No, that's your mom.
You too bold.
That's your mother.
You too bold.
That's your
I'ma
mother.
call the police.
That's your mother. That's your mother. You got it wrong. That's the wrong one. That's your mother. That's your mama. That's your mama. I don't think so. That's your mother. You can't even spell. What are you talking about? You can't even spell that. Why you over here stalking? Who do you think you're trying to insult? You can't insult me. You're a stalker. You are a stalker. You are a stalker. You are a stalker. And everything that you're saying right now, you're getting everybody else in trouble too. You're an ignoramus. You are an ignoramus. You're an ignoramus. And you came all the way over there for what? You came all the way over there for what? No, that's your mama. That's your mother. That's your mother. You got it twisted again. That's your mother down. That's your mother. So I want to get this gangster over here. And this is the one that's holding up a weapon, running toward me like he's going to engage in some, touching my person. Yeah, okay, I got you done. We'll see. We will see about that. We'll see about that. All right, you and your white mouth, okay? You need to wipe your mouth. You need to wipe your mouth. And how about you get a life? You set up stalking all day long. You set up stalking all day long. You do not have any, I don't think so. You don't, listen, you are, hold on. You so gangster, right? You're a gangster, right? This is audible activity by a bunch of minions. And let me tell you something. The moment that I pull out my camera, then they start turning around and walking away. All right? The moment that I pull out my camera. Thank you, minions. Thank you, minions. No, I don't think so. And you're black as night. You are an ignoramus. And you've been sitting up stalking me all day long. You're a sex offender. You're going to federal prison. You're not getting out. And I'm glad you did this because this is why you go in and you ain't getting out. You're not getting out. You're not getting out. You ain't getting out of federal prison. All right? It is currently, by the way, 6:23 p.m. They're not getting out of federal prison. I want to document that because this is the entity that's engaging in what is hostility while this sex offender has been monitoring all day. This is the one who's engaging in, let me point something else out to you. Aside from what is the entity engaging in that P.O.C, they are over there engaging in what is yelling out vulgarities, and I go over and document, which you hear the whole thing. Then they come back over, you hear the extra conversation, asking questions. They're not asking questions that they want to answer to. They're monitoring. Okay, these are methods of monitoring, so I want to break that down. In addition to that, you have what is coming back over, and the moment they're hostile, they're so gangster, right? The moment that I switch to camera mode, this old one with his wheelchair immediately turns around and makes an about face. Okay, so I just want to point that out. And this is what they were doing the entire time, like Howard's hiding behind the bushels, yelling out vulgarities. And so I go and document who's monitoring, because that's what they're doing. And the moment that I do that, then they're just coming and approaching what they were doing the whole time behind the bushes. So you have what are a bunch of passive aggressive demons. In addition to that, let me break down everything that they are engaging in. This is, again, the African American male. He's a violent sex offender, engaging in what is monitoring with Elaine, with Cindy, Joy, Kristen, Carissa, all the employees of the Upper Public, Tracy Randolph, monitoring with them. These are the minions. These are the demons that are group stalking and monitoring in the bathroom. They're monitoring together, slamming doors, maintaining relevant positioning, engaging in that sexually violent pattern of conduct. Let me be clear. This is the audible activity of all of those employees who are monitoring with those third parties who are remaining present outside of the grounds in directed light under the fake sun. That entire episode is something that they none other than jumped on for an ongoing method of monitoring. So I want to point that out. Second of all, you're not going to be distracted. Every threat that is continuously underway while they are then, what is relevant? The entity that is monitoring and the entity that is engaging in what is hostility to documentation and ongoing added threat. So you're talking about what is approaching as I'm documenting, and they were engaging in the same exact conduct, The same exact conduct on the other side, monitoring me the whole time. And then you have a psychopath that's engaging in what is a show of violence because I'm documenting your criminal conduct. Entirely focused on me the whole time. All right. So I want to be clear. And that's exactly what you heard in the background while I was documenting. And so as I document their faces, because I want you to see who are the demons engaging in that conduct, that's Satan, that's exceedingly hostile. While I'm over here, before I capture their images, entirely focused on me the whole time. They're doing the same thing that they were doing before I documented their images, and they're doing the same thing that they were doing before I captured their images. So they're over there yelling, projecting about their, like I said, they're projecting about the women in their life, their own mothers. Okay, so like I said, you have what is audible activity creation. That's what that is. And engaging when he is running toward me like I'm supposed to jump. But that's a threat, though. I want to be clear. That's a threat. Like you're trying to threaten like I'm supposed to tremble or something. And you're hearing me narrate this. He's like walking away and then running back like I'm supposed to like shiver. And then he pulls out a black knife out of his hand. This is the one that I described as black as night. You can see him. He's as black as his ashy Puma shirt that he's wearing. He is engaging in what is repeatedly walking away and then, well, not walking away, turning his back as though he's walking away and then running back while I'm documenting what he's stating. Like, what are you going to do? What is the point of what you're saying? That's my point. What are you getting at, Minion? What are you talking about? Were you over there cussing at me? Because that's the bottom line, which they were. That they were over there doing just like they're doing now. These minions are hostile while I document them. And it is no distraction. You have what's another third party. I took a picture of him. This minion comes out of nowhere. He's talking about, oh, get out of here on your bike. They're monitoring. They're monitoring together. Okay. This is all public property. And there is no, you don't even own, you don't own anything, okay? Let alone a rock that's sitting on this ground over here. And you have what is the entity engaging in what is harassment. This other third party who he starts yelling at, understand that's a method of audible activity creation. Okay, I'm encountering a bunch of demons. And while I'm documenting it, I am documenting because I find it to be information. I think it's informational because you need to understand the personality of psychopaths who are stalking you and doing so. And that is also revealed through their conduct. They are outside yelling vulgarities, the same ones. Shut up, B. That's exactly what they were yelling while I was over here documenting the criminal conduct that Elaine and Katie and Noah, the third parties who have been engaged in criminal summoning all day long, just like you hear now. The minions who I've documented, they've engaged in criminal summoning all day while the entity was amplifying that inside of the library, amplifying the sound of the train that you hear while I'm outside inside of the library. Those same criminals are the ones that are engaging in that P.O.C. And that's criminal summoning that I documented. And that's why I'm speaking to the truth. You're not getting out of federal prison. All right. But he is a low life scum. But let me be clear. It's not different from the minion that walks in who happens to be driving, for example, a brand new Mercedes. They are the same trash. Okay. I want you to hear the audible activity of such trash. He is going to federal prison. He is monitoring with those who are also going to federal prison. Katie, Elaine, Noah, engaging in the criminal pattern of conduct on behalf of the Ontario Police Department, the Fontana Police Department, the Upland Police Department. As you hear, okay, they're engaging in the pattern of conduct by the state in directed light under the fake sun. The Upland Police Department right now are sounding sirens, and that is speaking to what is a prosecution of an entity engaging in that identical P.O.C. I want to be clear. This is not attributed merely to these demons who I'm documenting, who are monitoring. They're merely hostile. Okay. And then approaching as though I'm supposed to be trembling. I'm supposed to be trembling while a red-faced, dirty foot, wrinkly minion with a wheelchair is approaching me. But let me be clear. You're prosecuting this not based on the fact that he could have got a boot to the face. It's the fact that he represents the state that you hear sounding sirens. That is what you are speaking to. That's why you go to federal prison, okay? You're talking about what is an assault under all circumstances while the target individual is an lawful exercise of your communication device in public. Second of all, and that's dealing with them in their alternate universe. There's no, let me be clear, federal group stalking and monitoring shall be documented on the venue of the internet where the government's placed you under the P.O.C., period. And so my second point is that you are also engaging in what is the federal crime of harassment and intimidation. And they're also doing it, which the entity is just corroborating now while criminal summoning is underway in directed light. You're talking about what is multiple grounds of federal prison. These minions are the same ones engaging in surveillance all day, monitoring me while my panties are down. That is the psychopath. Let me be clear. The psychopath that is demon possessed, monitoring with the police, who are engaging in that sexual violence in the bathroom. And you are hearing the hatred. All right. This is the impunity is demonstrated through this audible activity, and also a very dangerous psychopath is demonstrated through this audible activity. And how? Not because I'm scared of some, he's got an ashy from ashy mouth, okay, ashy neck, ashy shirt, ashy pants, I mean a dust bucket, okay? That's not what I'm talking about. You're talking about what is a threat based on you are engaging in a sex offense. This is a sex offender. Sexually violating on an ongoing basis, and then also engaging in what is physically threatening conduct while you're documenting the fact that you're a sex offender, because that's what I'm documenting. All right, and that's the combination of that. This is the threat, the physical threat that you're posing while you're also the sex offender violating. All right, understand that, and doing so on behalf of what is a government. That's a whole other level of a threat. But you're so intimately concerned about what's going on while my panties are down. All right, but you have what is none other than audible activity trying to get some sort of reaction. You can't get a reaction. You're out here stalking, and you've been here stalking all day. While you're listening to that audible activity, because that's exactly what it is. Satan trying to come up with whatever his little pea brain can conjure up at the second while I am contesting him. What is it were you yelling at? You were over there cussing at me, right? That's what you were yelling. You notice how he did not answer that question. And of course he's not going to. This isn't a logical conversation with a reasonable human being. First of all, this is a stalker, a demon-possessed one, a very hostile demon-possessed group stalker who is being documented. Who is being documented, by the way, with the entity that's group stalking by the Upland Police Department. Okay, and that's the pattern by the entity, and they're all doing it. They are doing it in the specific environment. I want to be clear. This is documentation of the entity that is acting via. I want to be clear. This audible activity, you are talking about what is a prosecution. These same minions, look at my documentation, been documenting it for a prolonged period. These same minions are group stalking inside of the Upland Public Library with the employees who are supposed to be professionals, engaging in courteous. They are not. They are the same perverted, demented, hostile minions. In many ways, relying on the patrons to engage in what is harassment on their behalf, which is also what's occurring with regard to the demon-possessed entity. By the way, I just want to be clear. You have an entity that's communicating. You have an entity that's communicating on behalf of the state as well. So I want to be clear, that's understand what you're talking about. You're not dealing with an individual that's speaking. You're dealing with an entity that is speaking. This is demonic, and you're also dealing with an entity that's speaking on behalf of the state. Okay, so that is relevant as well. But what I want to speak to is the entity that this is criminal conduct and audible activity, criminal summoning. This is an assault and battery. He's pulling out a weapon as though this is a coward in every way. So I want to be clear. But this is why you're running up on a female. How many times have I documented that sort of cowardice? And I'm supposed to be trembling. You are here stalking. Satan is mad because I know exactly what you're doing. You've been here stalking all day long. And you're over there stalking, yelling out vulgarities. I take a picture of your ugly mug, and you're mad because you're being documented. You're a psychopath who is monitoring literally as I pull my panties down all day long in the bathroom, inside of the venue, with the rest of the entity. That is also stalking. That's why they're sounding sirens, monitoring. A sex offender. Okay, all of that entity is speaking through these minions who engages in pulling out a knife. We're not analyzing based on the fact that I recognize this demon-possessed minion who's a stalker, an obsessed stalker. That is an inferior, literally an inferior and hostile minion. That is not based on what I am sizing up. You're talking about what is the state. This is the state that's pulling a weapon, okay? This is the state that is engaging in what is harassment. All right, this is the state that is engaging in harassment on behalf of an entity that also engages in what is kidnapping. Criminal summoning, all right? Intimidation, that's what that's supposed to be. That's what those demons of the Upland Police Department are engaging in. I'm supposed to be trembling while you sound your sirens. That is surrounded by what is a legal framework, all right? That's criminal summoning, and that's ground to federal prison. But nonetheless, you have what is that ongoing group stalking conduct by what is designed to be inherently threatening, and it's terrorism. There's stalkers following everywhere with that ongoing audible indication of that. All right, while you have what are the minions, that these are literally the vessels of the entirely inferior Satan itself, stalking by these minions who are over here behind bushels yelling out the B word over and over again. So let me go show you what these minions look like. And they're doing the exact same thing that they were doing before I captured their images. Okay, focused on me and stalking. Okay, so that's exactly what that's precipitating from, which you can clearly hear. But I just want to break that down. You're understanding what is a sex offender that is also harassing, a very violent sex offender, a very deranged and demented and perverted sex offender who is then also harassing you while you are, again, documenting the fact that you are being pursued, followed, monitored, stalked by that sex offender. Understand all the levels of a psychopath as I'm cataloging this. And this is, and I also want to be clear, it is directly tied to, it is in concert with the minions who are inside of the Upland Public Library monitoring with that. Those are animals, and it's the same. I just want to be clear, you are not in any way making any differentiation. It is not different on the outfit that they're wearing. Okay, this crusty minion outside, all right, who was stalking me, and there is nothing that you can say. He is a filthy, filthy dog. okay? And trying his darndest to be scary. That's what he's literally trying to do while you're running toward me. Are we racing? What is this? What are you doing? Where are you going? You're sitting here being a stalker. Why would you be fearful? Well, the ordinary target, I'm advocating. But you're talking about you're ultimately pathetic. I've captured you in your absolute truest form. You're an obsessed stalker. You are absolutely everything that I am doing. You are focused on that. Everything that you're doing and saying is about me. All right, that's entirely pathetic. While you are outside stalking and monitoring. That's what you're doing. Okay, that's why you're going to federal prison. Okay, you and your crusty wheelchair. So the entity is engaging in that P.O.C. and they're engaging in the same exact conduct that they were doing before, focused on me. They're not sitting over there talking behind the bushes, ignorant about my presence. They're group stalking. They're monitoring, focused on everything that I'm saying and doing. And so you then have what is the entity that is then you're hostile because while you're group stalking, you're going to be documented engaging in group stalking. That's the government. The government that's not free to engage in what is monitoring you. And that's the government that's engaging in what is pulling a weapon while you're monitoring with the police who sound sirens. That's the government that's monitoring and harassing. All right. And so the entity is engaging in what is yelling out vulgarities while you're projecting on your mother who did not like you either. And while you're stalking all day long. OK, that's audible activity. All right. So I want to be clear. This is the criminal pattern of conduct. And it's also showing what is the demon possessed population. Entirely pathetic. This is, let me be clear. This is the people that say are monitoring to this. This is why also the entity you're talking about, you're not limited with regard to whatever the target individual is documented. Say you don't document hundreds of people like I have. Say you haven't documented, say you don't have a whole pool of defendants to choose from who's going to federal prison. Okay, say you don't have that. The fact of your location, the Upland Police Department, the San Bernardino County Fire Department, the entity that is group stalking at the Molly Super, at the Sam's Market, the the minions at Sam's Market 5, the 7-Eleven, where the entity is molesting with directed light and keeping a fake sun, the entity that is monitoring at the Upland Public Library, the entity that is group stalking in the parking lot of the Upland City Hall where I remain, the minions that are monitoring in relevant position. So you're talking about what is a pool of minions that are monitoring while that audible activity is underway. Every license plate that I documented, subject to what is prosecution for this audible activity. This is how you're prosecuting, just like with any other criminal conspiracy. They're monitoring together. They are speaking as one. They are stalking as one. They are a sex offender as one. Okay. And that threat, pulling out a weapon, running toward me, that's an assault with a deadly weapon. Doing so while the entity also, it's replete with what is the sound of sirens, punctuating that threat, which is all you're going to do is play the tape. And let me be clear, that pool of defendants that are already documented, namely Katie, Noah, Sheena, Elaine, Tracy Randolph. Okay, Katie, you can go through whoever it is that you may have documented that are literally going to the federal prison itself in person. They're going to serve time in federal prison for what is an unlawful threat to your life. The government that's placing you under surveillance does not have everything that you heard. It's speaking to what is the trash that they are. And that's also, again, I've spoken from the beginning, these minions that you hear me encountering where I'm, for example, inside of the library and I'm asking for a study room, and this old lady, her name's Kristen, she's a demon. Okay, she's engaging in demonic pacing all day long. And let me be clear, if you're talking about what is uttering the same hostilities that this crusty mouth minion is out here uttering in directed light, running toward me like I'm supposed to be trembling. Okay, the reality is that he will get stomped out. Okay, but I'm documenting. And not only that, he's not even worth it. He would literally get me dirty. He is not worth it. He's over here stalking me. This is the principle. So you're understanding that. But this is understanding. You have what are police entirely pathetic, sitting around on the corner sounding sirens. All right. You're talking about what is an entity that's trying to scare altogether while you're stalking me. You are all stalking. And so what is this to be a distraction from? The fact that you're stalking and you're engaging in what's this supposed to be scare tactics? Okay, so you use that evidence that I documented on purpose. This is why you listen to it. You use that evidence. Let me be clear, close-up images of all of these minions already existing, monitoring today. All right, this is called impunity. You don't have any concern for going to federal prison, and that's exactly what you're demonstrating, that you belong there, and that's where you're going to go, and that's where you're going to stay. Okay, so the entity is engaging in this criminal conduct on behalf of the government. That's the Ontario Police Department stalking by helicopter. All right, running toward me like you're going to do something. That's a threat. All right, that's an unlawful threat. while the entity is engaging in ongoing obsessive stalking. Let me be clear. This is the personality of Satan that is mad because you lose, mad because you're a sex offender and it's known, mad because you're a stalker and it's known, mad because you're engaging in what is criminal monitoring, which is now no conspiracy theory. It's a matter of objective evidence for which you're going to federal prison for. And you are engaging in that on behalf of multiple police departments who are going to be dealt with in and of it by agency, but you're also doing so on behalf of those agencies, in concert with those agencies. Under existing federal law, the police departments are subject to federal prison. So are the people of the state. So while you're doing that with the police departments, who are of the same condition, demons, okay, engaging in unprecedented criminal activity, and you're waging the threat like you hear, I don't care, crusty, old, dirty, wrinkly white man yelling out B with a wheelchair, all right? He can't outrun, he cannot do anything. That's not the point. He's monitoring. That audible activity creation, that movement toward me with that wheelchair, those ongoing vulgarities, which is done to the ordinary target individual, is a threat to your life, okay? So you're talking about what is done on behalf of the government, who is, by the way, an entirely sick one, all right? Satiating that demonic desire to communicate this hostility all day long. They know what I'm capturing images and video of them. They hate it. They don't like it. They know what I'm documenting. They know that I am what I said I'm going to do. You are going to federal prison. And let me be clear, Satan is hostile to that every step of the way. And while I am engaging in what is this process, you have what is nothing other than the entity engaging in what is voicing the hostility that is shared amongst them. And this is what I want to stress. Okay, this is the terrorism that the American citizen subject to federal group stalking and monitoring is faced with. And it is terrorism by a demented condition. You're dealing with not normal people. This is Satan that you're encountering. Satan is entirely infuriated by the revealing of this criminal system, all right, by your identification of their conduct, all right, by your methods of identifying them, okay? And that's also a psychopath. What sort of, well, I guess you can attribute that to the ordinary criminal who has a constitutional right to their day in court and will plead guilty even if you have direct evidence of them engaging in, even as reprehensible of whatever crime. But nonetheless, you have that's also speaking to what's a level of mental disturbance when you're engaging in criminal conduct and it's in clear violation of another. And what is it that you are angry about? That's sociopathic. That's psychopathic type conduct. All right. That's very narcissistic. That's disturbing. All right. That's a threat. While an entity is stalking and monitoring you, that's a threat. OK, the unlawful threat to the life. So this is everything that the entity is engaging in. And so you are listening to me confront that. And so that's why I don't want to pause. I want you to witness all of that while these two demons come around the corner just to do in my face what they were hiding behind the bush doing, yelling out, B, yeah, well, F you, B, shut up, B. That's exactly what they were doing over there. They're cowards. So let me help you out. Don't be a coward. Create your audible activity in my face. And so let me show you your images, okay? I got close-up images, but I already have these demons' pictures. Already documented today engaging in what is criminal summoning, just like you heard right now. And this train activity, the entity is sounding that inside of the library. That's impossible audible activity, even as I stand outside. The volume, all right? The entity is engaging in what is creating that activity while these demons are approaching. Understand it's the creation of a facilitating environment. They're monitoring. Metrolink is documented. Let me be clear. As engaging in criminal summoning with the Upland Police while you hear those sirens, they're still part of that pattern of conduct while the entity is engaging what is harassment. And Metrolink chiming in. Impossible audible, amplified audible activity. All right, the entity is Metrolink, a company who I've also documented on their train, keeping the fake sun, molesting with directed light, stalking in the bathroom. But also, Metrolink is heavily documented, engaging in what is terrorism and the P.O.C. You have what is also chiming in. That's how they are doing so. The amplified sound of a train. That is how a demonic pattern of conduct remains underway, facilitating criminal monitoring. All right, facilitating a specific environment while these demons approach me. Okay, approach me after yelling out vulgarities as the cowards that they are, and then approaching, and then the entity is, you've got another third party that just comes out of nowhere, and he's yelling at the other third party. If you're paying attention, this is all noise making. They're monitoring, and then on top of monitoring, then they're just trying to engage in these little. Well, I don't want to make fun of people that actually may have a mental incapacity, but let me just point out they're not the sharpest at all, okay? And so anyway, trying to come up with whatever sort of insult that he can think up as quick as he possibly can, while he is in every way a stalker, period, point blank. That's it. That's the end of the day. And you're over there stalking and monitoring. You're being documented as such, and you're hostile. And then as they approach, again, the bottom line, as they approach and engage in more monitoring conduct, because that's exactly what they're doing. Oh, I'm mad. I'm going to go over there and approach you now, which is a threat. You're going to prosecute everything that they're doing. But let me be clear. Now it's, I'm going to go over there and confront you now and monitor more so, as opposed to engaging in what is hiding behind the bush and monitoring and yelling out the B word. Now, because you took my picture, I'm going to go over there and walk towards you and monitor you because I'm mad because you took my picture. And then the train activity sounds, and then some other third party that they start yelling. They're monitoring. They're creating noise and engineered light. That demonic, chaotic scene, all right, is criminal monitoring. All right. And it's also prosecuted as what is the ongoing threat. So I want to break that down. And you have absolute levels of desperation to engage in that sort of pattern of conduct. And the entity engaging in that ongoing corroborating documentation for what is a stalker. You have what is the pattern of stalking with the use of sirens. That's prosecution for what is criminal summoning. That's exactly what I documented. That's exactly what Joy is engaging in while you see her standing in directed light. That's on the first floor. And then you're talking about hours later, that directed light is somehow on the second floor on that side banister that is in alignment with the elevator on the second floor. And then you have hours later after that, as I walk out just before 6 p.m., directed light that is somehow reaching in through the side entrance, the exit, all right, of the Upland Public Library, after it was over D Street over my head. I mean, this is all manner of what is that system that's underway. So all of that is what is surrounding what is nothing other than minions. All right, Minions is not a anything that is, I want to say, a humorous title. I know there's a Disney movie called Minions. Minions is a very real term with regard to what are the demon possessed. All right, those workers that are engaging in what is twisted and wicked and demented. It's demonic activity. Okay, and these are the demon possessed that are then physically approaching me as I'm documenting your criminal activity, which I'm going to document. And you're talking about you're already heavily documented. And I also want to be clear that I want to make sure that you understand this is the same animalistic conduct that Elaine and Joy, Tracy Randolph, Cindy, Noah, Katie, Elaine, Kristen are all engaging in. They are all of that same condition. This is what you need to understand. There is nothing classy about them. There is nothing civilized or different about them. They're the same condition. This is why I've shown you the impossible light that remains in there. They're all demons. All right, so you're talking about what is a superficial distinction. This demon over here with the ashy mouth, all right, and the ashy clothes, okay? He has what is... dirt all over his face. There's not a difference between Elaine, who perhaps took a shower, and reports to work. I want to be clear, they're equally filthy, all right? Equally animals, demon-possessed criminals, disgusting sex offenders. And this is based on their criminal conduct, and this is based on their condition, which is also evidence through the environment that they are both together in, working to engage in criminal monitoring. I want to be clear on that. All right. I want to make sure that you understand that it is not different from a minion that's on the street versus a minion that's a group stalking the same as I read the license plate of a minion driving a Porsche. OK, it's not different. All right. So it is currently, by the way, it is 6:47 p.m. And you also know that because you have the demon possessed that are group stalking by the Upland Police as you hear them. And as I capture those minions images, that is the grounds of federal prison as they are literally engaging in what is nothing other than what they're thirsty to do anyway. Let me be clear, these minions that are hostile to being documented and prosecuted, that's what they want to do all day long, is yell all kinds of B's and FUs, because they know I'm sitting in there documenting and publishing documentation all day long while they're sitting around stalking in the library all day. That's all they're doing. It's all about me. All right, so I guess if I was a stalker, I would never be. But I guess if I was a stalker and I didn't want it to be known that I was stalking somebody, in other words, I wouldn't want that person that I'm stalking to know that they were that important, because that's embarrassing. And I wouldn't want them to know that everything that they're doing, I am entirely focused on, especially as I try so hard to look the opposite direction while I'm stalking them. And I'm actually paying very close attention to everything that they're doing, including when I'm stalking them while they're in the bathroom. All right. I guess I would be very pissed off as well. I would be very angry, excuse me. And forgive my language, but again, I'm confronting Satan. And so you're talking about what is audible activity and also dealing with the threat as they are approaching me. So the language is going to come with that territory. But nonetheless, you have what is, I would be very upset as well if my secrets, in other words, were as publicized as I'm making their secrets. Okay? In that regard, I can see that, but that's not my problem. That's not my problem. You are entirely sick, and it's my duty to make sure it's known worldwide how sick you are, how sick your conduct is, and it's not just you. It's the government. It's the government. It's the state. All right? And the state acting through what is entirely sick, as they've also demonstrated, the Upland Police Department. All right? So it is currently 6:49 p.m. and this is P.O.C. That is nothing other than what is harassment while the entity is being documented, engaged in that pattern of conduct. And this is in the same exact environment that I was breaking down for you upon my exit of the Upland Public Library. While you have what is the maintenance of a fake sun, that's where that this is where this iteration of the P.O.C. is underway. Okay. So anyway, it's currently 6:50 p.m. and this is P.O.C. Alrighty, it is 8:32 p.m. This is bus 1361, again license 1302446, route 66. And I just arrived at the I just arrived at the Fontana Metrolink train station at 8:32 p.m. and this is P.O.C. Alright, license. It is currently 6:51 p.m. License plate 8ZKN128 00170M2 86203W2 8XHU390 8GTU 927 98FB113 8GHL470 8MX7576, I believe, 7UIC696 8YAH403. And they're all group stalking. They're monitoring with the Upland Police Department. That's why the entity sounded sirens was simultaneous to those demons surrounding me at the Upland City Hall. Because the Upland Police are monitoring, and they're all monitoring with them. And that is the grounds of federal prison. All right? I break it down so you understand what the entity is doing, the grounds of federal prison. And then you're understanding what's the big picture, what's the ongoing pattern of conduct at all times. All right? BU98V11 paper. 8XQC188. This is the people that stay in a relevant position monitoring while I was at the Upland Public Library all day, including moments ago while the entity is stalking with the use of sirens. In relevant position 8781237, criminal summoning. (9ALU214), criminal summoning, which is what the entity was doing all day long, by the way. Like I said, it's documentation. It's not just of Joy and Katie and Carissa, Noah, Annie Lane that are in the Upper Public Library. 5MT and 980. That's just the easiest way. Let me just give you an example who was immediately held accountable while they're monitoring with the state. The employees at the venue where you're at, subject to the P.O.C. I documented many in this neighborhood. They're all engaged in criminal summoning. License 7UKM250. 6GTR350, 8YJJ644, 190EZ handicap. HKM 506. LVX 501. 8BJB 109. It's currently 6:54 p.m. 8JZH 611. Yeah, 7M. I can't really see that one. 8LLW 390. 7CFW 995. 8KRG 126. I think I read that one this morning. 7KBT 120. 6MRR078. Let's see, 8UGM947. It's 6:56 p.m. 8HEX320. 8HBU574, I believe. 8ZSE650. And BM05L20. Group stalking at 11th Street and Euclid with his little dog. Monitoring. 8UGM947 is monitoring with his minion who I capture an image. He's just standing on the side of the road, monitoring. The moment I capture his image, then he carries on with his dog. BM05L20 is a paper plate. Monitoring with minor children. Again, criminal summoning. BV93B92. Paper. License 8WFP385, 4MEM438. Monitoring with children. 7JQP395. And this is again 11th Street, I believe. Yeah, 11th Street and Euclid Avenue. License 6YHF547, 8ZGS305, 92929J1, 7SHJ014, because I didn't read that one. It's 6:58 p.m. This is the minion maintaining presence around me while I stand at the intersection. That's what they're doing. Well, this is what they're always doing, but this is the ongoing concern. 898XF handicap, 4SKU100, 8APF719. $59601U. I can't really see the rest of them. $53574V1. Okay, documented this morning. DUCHESR. Criminal summoning. 984P76 Nevada. 8XES 706. UNC164, 8Y8E851, 54879S2, NPV014, 7TTZ933, 3CKA395, 8PSH964, I believe. right, this is criminal summoning at what is 890 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California, 8 HBE 374, 4 JOU 971, 6 PLH 452, 8X RJ 958, and Uptown and Country, which is across the street as well. And the First Presbyterian Church is not an actual church. They're group stalking, engaging in criminal summoning. License 7PTZ 616 at the People of the State at 906 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. They're engaged in criminal summoning. 49657D3. 3J63719, 5YEE521. And that is, again, the criminals that are American Medical Response. License 7YGC823, 8GYC212, 8SWU165. And that is vehicle, I can't really see the vehicle number. American Medical Response is group stalking crossing path on Euclid Avenue going southbound at 7:01 p.m. And I am at 920 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. Criminal summoning. That's the Foothill Town Center. That's a shopping plaza where Vaughn's is located at 80 West Foothill Boulevard and Chase Bank. All right, those are monitoring. Excuse me, those are the elements of monitoring. Criminal summoning is the grounds of federal prison. Everybody that's monitoring with the entity that engages in those methods of facilitation. 8YRG 102. The entities engaging in that criminal conduct right now, they're maintaining presence inside of Uptown and Country. License 5LOH464, 31295N1. And again, American Medical Response, like the entity always is using its sirens based on the portion of Foothill where I'm at. All right. So if you'll pay attention while I'm at the intersection of, for example, I believe Arrow and Euclid, that's where 11th and Euclid, that's where AMR, those are demons who I've showed you very close-up images so you can see that directed light beside those demons operating the AMR vehicle. This is speaking to the condition and the criminal conduct that AMR is always engaging in. And I just documented that days ago in very large zoomed-in elements, and I pointed out it looks like splashing water, but it's gold-colored and it's light. It's directed light. It's literally the presence of Satan, okay? You're seeing what is that impossible light activity that is on the ground while they are sounding sirens and group stalking in Ontario at Euclid and Holt. In doing so while they are engaging in the same exact conduct at the same portion of the street where I'm at, not proceeding, continuing down Euclid Avenue where I'm at. It's the same thing you're witnessing with the entity stalking by planes, all right? Southwest Airlines flies over me where I'm at, not at the museum. When I'm across the street at what is the Ontario Town Square, it flies right over me, amplifies activity right there over me where the entity is surrounding with that environment, all right? This is the same behavioral pattern. It is currently 7:03 p.m. where the entity is engaging in what is that massive level of facilitation. Everybody documented is subject to federal prison. The entity is engaging in what is criminal surveillance in violation of federal law, and it's ongoing conduct that they're all engaging in together while the use of sirens is the method of noise that's surrounding and engineered light. All right, this is ongoing terrorism, and a psychopath that is engaging in also monitoring the documentation of their criminal conduct, that is grounds of federal prison. Right? And so it's a method of what is documenting an entity on a massive basis, and I'm doing it by what is shopping plaza. Everybody inside Uptown and Country, they're sitting in the Coco's restaurant, they're in CVS, they're in Big Five, they're monitoring with communication devices while AMR is using sirens and lights to surround me with that light activity. Everybody inside of Upland Village at the Foothill Shopping Center, group stalking, monitoring with communication devices. It's facilitation while I am at what is 934 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. And that's the significance of that. All right, it's currently 7:04 p.m. And doing so, by the way, while the entity is keeping a fake sun over Foothill and Euclid today. It's not setting at Euclid and Hope Boulevard. And it's also not occurring at the same time. Now, nor is the sun also remaining over me on 7th Street at Chino, where the Chino Police Department are driving by me, and the sun is right there over me on that street in Chino, California, where it remained, by the way, as I remain at the Chino Branch Library. But I will digress. I'm speaking to the demon possession of AMR and the demon possession of these minions who are monitoring with AMR, including, as you can document, anybody's address everywhere that you are at. And then it even goes beyond that, because everybody in a radius is monitoring. All right, that's getting a whole bunch of people at the same time for very serious criminal activity. License 4UYZ 685, I believe. Spectrum 74505P1. 8VS, I can't really see that one. 8GDJ 776. That's amplified audible activity. And showing you what is the picture of the fake sun right here over me at the intersection. License where AMR is group stalking and facilitating group stalking. 8 CMW 955 or 985, excuse me, it's a white BMW. 8 UQA 458. It's 7:06 p.m. Seven THU 259, 8 HXL 133, 8 UWW 081, 7 CKG 687, 7 SLT 942, 8 A2 3091, 7 SHM 133, 8 BNY 673, 8 MMM 879, 8 AMC 341, 8 LMW 283, 5 DRR 654, and it is currently 7:07 p.m. 6AFN 240, 8 MJA 186, 8 WWS 179, 8 DZX 664. And remember, AMR is also group stalking with the Upland Police Department. 8 VRD 261, 7 WPN 591, and AMR is also providing what is independent grounds of threatening the life of an American citizen by virtue of what is creating the same sirens that police departments create, all right? Audible activity, amplification, massive facilitation, and doing so while in that same exact environment, waging a threat to the life while monitoring documentation. So I want to be clear, AMR is also monitoring with the Upland Police. That's another level of their federal prosecution for that actor, and also engaging in what is the ongoing terrorism of the entity, stalking by the state directly, stalking with the method of the use of sirens to engage in that P.O.C. It is currently 7:08 p.m. 6 CMB 107, 8524. Oh, I can't really see that one. Scratch that. 7 ZEC 171, 7 YYA 409, 7 WLN 154, 8 VRL 724, 8 KMH 885, 08344481, 8 LWH 766, and it is 7:11 p.m. Seven CKP 725, 8 AAZ 212, 9 LVZ, I think that might be Nevada, 7 MXU 671, 7 RAV 865. JPB 585. All right, capturing what is the fake sun over me and Upland, where the entity kept the fake sun. It's nowhere near Ontario, at Hope Boulevard and Euclid Avenue. 7UZE 892, and showing you what is, reminding you about what I've already documented. I'm at the same intersection early in the morning on many, many occasions, and also traveling through this entity. Traveling amongst this entity while back and forth through this venue, this location, this intersection. Where this demon 5KNE611 is group stalking, and doing so at multiple times of the day. Okay, so you're talking about coming from Fontana, as I did on April, I believe, 16th, and I did on April 29th, and I get on Route 61, and the entity's keeping a fake sun as I'm en route to the Upland Public Library. But yet, while I'm here at the same intersection where I get on Route 66, the fake sun would be at the same position. That's capturing the impossibility of that being the sun. Revealing an entity's demon possession, their criminal conduct, 7 WJF 627. And then you're also going beyond that. 8 UQN 844. You're also going beyond that because while the entity is engaging in that level of what is loud activity, that's called audible activity creation. They're monitoring. It serves a specific criminal and terrorizing purpose. Noise and engineered light. The additional criminal purpose, which you're also going to prosecute for, because they're monitoring documentation. Those that are engaging in criminal surveillance, 8 MIK 922, are also engaging in surveillance while you're documenting them. All right, that's speaking to an entity that is in no way deterred by the fact that you are enforcing your constitutional rights. You go to federal prison for that. Okay, I have accumulated what is a large pool of defendants who are subject to what is federal prison. 9BDS 685, where an entity is engaging in what is violation of policies which are designed to literally break down the whole system. Not only that, let me talk about the other level of criminality. They're all group stalking on behalf of the Upland Police Department. But remember, it's not just the Upland Police Department, because the Upland Police Department is the same state engaging in this criminal system with the Fontana Police Department, the Pomona Police Department, the Montclair Police Department, the Chino Police Department, the Ontario Police Department, the San Bernardino Police Department. You have what is the entity engaging in this P.O.C. with the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, as I've documented them as well. And my point being, the entity that is acting via law enforcement is acting directly. These are the minions that are acting vicariously. And it's not just Upland Police. You're seeing what is the P.O.C., regardless of where I'm going. They are group stalking with the police, period. Federal prison. Okay? And the entity's doing it by the masses. The masses. Amplifying audible activity. Impunity while you're stalking with the police. Federal prison. All right? As I document the entity stalking in bathrooms. Running toward me like you're going to physically attack me, harassing me because I'm documenting your demon possession and your criminal activity. Federal prison, 7 PBD 495. A defendant in that same poll, subject to federal prison because of that criminal conduct, is on behalf of the same exact entity. The same exact one. Okay, 5 MER 543. This is not individualized conduct. This is group stalking. And it's the state's pattern of conduct, and the state's doing it through the people. The demons such as 7TEC 531, 6PSA 491, who are obsessively stalking Eva right now. Grounds of federal prison. License 1560984, Upland Police, federal prison. Okay? It is 7:20 p.m., and that is the Upland Police demonstrating what is not only their demon possession, their impunity while they engage in that criminal conduct with the people of the state, unfit to be in those positions. You're also unfit while you're a demon, but nonetheless, you're talking about impunity while you're a criminal. 7BCV 809, and the entity 8TPA 237 is engaging in this criminal activity with regard to what is that ongoing pattern of conduct, regardless of. That's why I documented this. The sun is not over Broadway in College at the 6 o'clock hour while it's remaining over me in Upland, California. Same exact time schedule. This is what I documented already in LA. 5KNE 614 is monitoring with the Upland Police. All right, this is documented already. The entity keeping a fake sun, stalking with directed light. I was pointing that out in LA as I documented in July 2020. All right, you're talking about what is the ongoing years of capturing what is a ceaseless P.O.C. Ceaseless. All right, that ceaseless pattern of conduct is speaking to what is the ongoing punishment for the entity that's group stalking together. And I'm still documenting the city of Los Angeles. Guess what remains of record? While Los Angeles was stalking, the Los Angeles Police Department stalking me by helicopter, terrorizing by helicopter. 4DHC 009, like the Upland Police Department like to do, like the Ontario Police Department likes to do, like the Fontana Police Department likes to do, okay, like the San Bernardino Police Department likes to do, and like the Montclair Police Department likes to do. I documented them. I documented all of that. I've documented it already. It's already published. That is the impossibility of any circumstance, any coincidence. And by the way, any such coincidence is equally criminal. Where it's happening one time, a pattern would be twice. Where it's happening twice, that's a pattern, period. You're talking about what's a pattern, not only amongst LA, you're talking about a pattern amongst the state. The entity engaging in stalking by helicopter multiple times in amongst these police departments. Okay, LA did that on more than one occasion. Ontario continuously does that. Okay, Fontana did that on many, many, many occasions over a term of years. I've been documenting that. Okay, the entity is engaging in what is that pattern of conduct of stalking by helicopter in a specific environment, while the demons that are the people of the state are stalking with them. That's the impunity the Upland Police Department is exercising and demonstrating, which is just ongoing corroborating evidence for what is necessary as a matter of justice. Federal prison. All right. And as you are addressing these corrupt police agencies that are engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring, You are remaining cognizant, very much so remaining cognizant as I'm documenting what I'm subject to, what the American citizen is subject to, and what they were monitoring. They knew that they were being documented while they're engaging in that threat. That's what you're thinking of. That's what you're cognizant of when you're talking about how long you sit in federal prison. License 4MTW 491, 8ULV 403, 7ZWG 449, 8EME 021, 9AIE 542. And let me tell you something, federal prison is in nothing less than that. This is necessary as a matter of justice. You are understanding what the entity is engaging in, the abuse of authority under the law, 7WJF 627, a third party engaging in that with the police, who engage in things such as harassing you and then waging false allegations while they are the criminals, and then engaging what is, again, harassment by the demon-possessed police who are monitoring with them, easily escalating into what is likely a kidnapping while they have no authority, none of them at all. They're all monitoring together. You are talking about what is targeting by an entity. You go to federal prison for that. That is necessary. Okay, the only way to enforce your constitutional rights and your human rights, and to do it, to balance the tables, to address what is the absolute injustice that you're subject to, it's federal prison and nothing less than that. It is not enough that they lose their job. It is not enough. License 8H24M36. And I want to make sure I clarify that. It is not enough. It is insufficient. And the people of the state, 8RVT339, they're subject to the exact same. Let me be clear. It is entirely despicable while the state of California, the people of the state engage in this criminal conduct, doing so under what is literally supposedly to be the disguise, because they are not bearing XYZ police department while they're engaging in criminal conduct with the police department. That's entirely despicable. Okay, very, very malicious, very sick and demented, very deranged. Okay, and they're doing so, as I've shown you what is that system. They are equally exposed in directed light under the fake sun amongst amplified audible activity, and you are shown to be a very dangerous psychopath and a threat not only to the target individual but to the public, to society, and to any children, any vulnerable aspects of the population, etc. All of which are going to address at a federal prosecution. All right, license FALLINI 8ZID 059, 6NEU 224, 8WXF 890, 8KVJ 052, 76761C2, NTGRATY 7TXA 442, license 7YOK 759, 4PXA 987, license 8JQF 182. So you are talking about what is inevitable. Okay, but who is to pay the price for that? Because there are so many that are worthy of federal prison, is no grounds to avoid what is a necessary consequence under this criminal system that's underway that governments are subjecting American citizens to. That's no reasonable basis. That is no justified means whatsoever to avoid what is necessary as a matter of justice, and that's federal prison. You're talking about losing your freedom in addition to your job and the inability to ever return to law enforcement, for example. All right. And that's just the entity that's acting directly via law enforcement. And I want to be clear, that is necessary because the government is the one, by the way, that started this. The government that is the one that thought this up. You want to engage in what is monitoring and stalking by the thousands? Okay, well, let me be clear. Justice should no way be limited because the entity is engaging in criminal conduct and doing it so resourcefully, if you will. All right, justice requires that the just result be just that and nothing less. And that's what I want to make sure that I clarify. Okay, you lose your freedom, period. You lose your freedom in very specific positions. Law enforcement, they are corrupt. They have been placed on a pedestal, actually, that they do not belong on. And I don't want to generalize. Okay, I will not go so far, even though this is establishing a pattern of conduct that goes beyond the state of California by virtue of what is the P.O.C. It's the environment. Okay, that's not the sun that's over Texas, by the way. While I'm showing you it's remaining over me, over a building all day long. That is speaking to what's going on in Texas. But fine, I'll keep it to California. But like I said, it's already revealed what this country is engaging in. But I will keep it to California for right now. But let me say this. While I keep it to California, and I won't speak about every law enforcement agency, even though the evidence is there. The evidence is there by virtue of what is the P.O.C. The P.O.C. is occurring in a specific setting. What do you think is over them in the sky in Nevada? At the same time, it's over me all day long over the Fontana Lewis Library? No, it's not. No, it is not, people. It's not. Okay? That is speaking to what's going on everywhere. Everywhere. And why? Because there's only one sun. Allegedly. Okay, so while the entity is engaging in this conduct, this is speaking to what is the necessary punishment for anyone of that condition, well, not only of that condition, but of that position. Okay, and this is speaking to law enforcement specifically. They have been placed on a pedestal, especially in this country, as though they are, I don't want to say above the law, because we don't say that. We don't say that in the court system, but they are treated as though, they being law enforcement, as though they are above suspicion. Okay, given so much, I would say, favor that is undue, and it's unfounded. And this is not my opinion because I'm subject to the P.O.C. I have always been of this very fair mindset. I think you and any other person that may not even be a police officer, you are to be held equally accountable, including under any evidence that would establish whatever allegations are waged against you. But somehow I find there to be it is not balanced with regard to specifically dealing with law enforcement. And I want to be clear, this is banishing what I already found to be unfounded anyway. These grounds of just providing this, it's like you're presumed to be above any possible status of being some sort of fallen character, if you will. Like they would never fall below grace. And I just disagree with that. They're human beings, and there are those that abuse power. And so I happen to be one that, let me be clear, not only, it's not just the Ontario Police Department, it's not just that officer with the Ontario Police Department, it's the whole department. And guess what? It's not just in Ontario. It's the whole state of California. By the way, I don't have to go to San Diego or Madeira or down to San Diego to document what's going on there, because it's occurring in a specific environment. That specific environment is a scientific impossibility. I'm revealing what is demonic, the minions of Satan, who are literally in the state of California engaging in what is this demonic surveillance system. All right. So like I said, you're talking about what is necessary with regard to the ways in which we are necessarily analyzing what is going on amongst law enforcement in this country. But I'll just keep it to California. Okay. But what's going on in California is going on in the country, and it's relevant to the rest of the country. So I will digress from that. Okay. But it is directly relevant. And they have, let me be clear, as I document group stalking by the Upland Police Department, that's called impunity. The Ontario Police Department hovering over my head by a helicopter, that's called impunity. But yet they stand in a courtroom, and it is as though we treat law enforcement as though they are above suspicion, and they are not. And it's not just me saying that. I am documenting their criminal activity that's demonstrating they are not. Okay? They are not. This is speaking to what is the groundwork for understanding and correctly treating what are humans who are very much fallible. Okay, so I want to be clear. It's currently 7:31 p.m. And so let me get this pattern. Hold on. Alrighty, and so I wanted to capture that video so you can witness the ongoing corroboration of exactly what I'm speaking of. And so the entity engaging in what is criminal conduct, which I have surrounded with what is evidence of what is a very specific pattern of conduct. And it is directly relevant to and speaking to what are implications about what's going on in the rest of the country as well, because of the environment that it's occurring in. And in addition to that, you have what is the entity that's engaging in this criminal activity with impunity. And then as seconds as I speak upon that, the Upland Police flying over by helicopter, TNS 155. Let me be clear. It is the absence of any coincidence while the Ontario Police are group stalking by helicopter. And what subject was I speaking on at both times where the entity is engaging in this conduct? This is where Satan is listening to me prosecute it. Okay? 8WY8660. While its minions, HPJ V71 Florida 3MXJ070, are stalking with it. Okay, that's called impunity. That is speaking to, again, the very point that I was making. Absolutely zero grounds with regard to how we treat law enforcement in this country, where they are engaging in, and what is speaking to, again, the very well likelihood that there is rampant corruption with regard to these law enforcement agencies. I have called it the pattern of conduct. And this is directly relevant to what's going on in the rest of the country. Okay, 8ZAM 475. There is no grounds, and I have never seen any grounds, but this is just my own with regard to treating any person as an individual. You are prosecuted based on evidence, and I don't care if you wear a uniform. You're not going to be afforded by me any sort of special treatment, okay? And so you're not going to disregard stuff because of a position that someone had, so you accord them a little bit more deference. No, I don't think so. That is unjust. And that's how also you breed corruption, by the way. And this is what we do in this country, especially with the demon-possessed police departments. 7JHB052, monitoring with the child. That's exactly what we do. And that is their condition. 34276B2. I'm letting you know not only their criminal conduct, their condition is demon possession. These are demons. Demons that are revealing their own identity, prosecuting themselves and the entity that they're monitoring with. License O2CEAW3. It's evidence against the people of the state. Every single last one. And I have a pool of defendants, okay, ripe for federal prison. 6 UYT 923. And that's exactly where you belong, where the entity is engaging in that sort of threatening conduct with regard to your documenting their criminal activity. That's a whole, you are entirely a psychopath. Okay, and I'm saying it in that manner on purpose. I'm kind of being hyperbolic with regard to my stressing the level of a criminal that would engage in that. You're being documented, meaning there's clear evidence of substantiating what's being waged as allegations against you, and they're very serious allegations. What sort of sick person would provide more evidence as to the fact that you are actually engaging in that? What person, who does that? Okay, that is speaking to what is impunity. That is also speaking to what is a delusional, and this is an entity, remember, not a person, this is an entity, a delusional entity. Guess what? That delusional conduct, that's called a threat. That's an impermissible threat. That's a level of crazy. You prosecute for that. A whole bunch of crazy people who get more aggressive while you document them. 8DTN 248. This is being exhibited by the police department. And that's exactly what that is. You're stalking day and night by helicopter. That's called crossing your path. There's nothing passive about what I just captured on video. And guess what? The subject that I'm speaking on, while they also cross path by helicopter. That's exactly what the Ontario Police Department did this morning. That's exactly what they did. While I'm prosecuting the Ontario Police Department. But am I really? Yes, I am. But my question is, my point in even posing that question is, I'm actually just pressing record while they're engaging in the criminal conduct, and it's criminal. So in that regard, insofar as all I'm doing is capturing it, they're prosecuting themselves. They are exhibiting their own criminal activity. They are corroborating the allegations against them, which I have unilaterally already established. 6WMD313. I've already established it. You're not doing anything to help yourself, by the way. And by the way, they're beyond help. You're talking about what is not helping the people of the state, which, by the way, I have fully prosecuted them as well. They're done. What I'm showing you is federal prison and nothing less. Nothing less. They are continuously supporting, while I capture in ongoing video documentation and images, what is necessary as a matter of justice. It is not enough that these demon-possessed police departments and sheriff's departments lose their job. That's insufficient, because they engage in what is kidnapping and taking your freedom. All right, and doing so as long as they think they can get away with it. License 7AOK864. And how do I know? Because they did it to me, and I know the law. 1504844. I know the law and I know my rights, and they have the audacity to do it to me. Okay, 6VMS860. What do you think they are doing to the ordinary target individual who is ignorant about what's going on with regard to a court system, how long they shouldn't have been sitting in jail, what court hearings that they should have had already, and what sort of charges that they're waging based on what happened and what did not? They don't know any of that. They're just kidnapping people. Rampant corruption. Unchecked power. Unchecked. Okay, so you're talking about what is necessary. Yes, that is exactly what they're doing. I was subject to it for purposes of exposing that. That's exactly what they're doing. They did it to somebody who went to law school. I practice law. I know the law. They did it to me. That's what they're doing. License AWY8582. And the people of the state are doing it as well. These same demons that are outside on the streets molesting with directed light, pacing all around under the fake sun, stalking and harassing with amplified audible activity, then sit their little demon-possessed selves in the court galleries, monitoring with communication devices with the demon-possessed judges, the demon-possessed deputies, the demon-possessed attorneys, calling themselves the public defenders and the district attorney. It's the P.O.C. in the court. Okay? Like I said, this is speaking to what is necessary as a matter of justice. I'm not just throwing out federal prison because it sounds good, okay? Or because I just think I can't think of anything else. No, it is necessary. Nothing less, because what the ordinary target, what the American citizen is subject to, even while in the process of documenting it, you're talking about what is threatening their liberty while you're documenting it. So you're going to call the police? You're going to call the police for what? All right, and no, they don't have a right, but these are psychopaths who are determined to engage in what is harassing you and seeking to deter your enforcement of your rights. And so you're talking about what is heavily documented criminal summoning. All right, and then what are you going to do? You're going to, what, kidnap them? Is that what you, because that's what that is. That's a kidnapping. You're kidnapping while they're engaging in violation of no law. These are the threats that you are confronted with. Federal prison and nothing less, based on purely the impunity that these demons, who are not above the law, what they reveal, what they're demonstrating. That's the ultimate threat. I mean, and the ultimate demonstration of unworthiness, disqualification from even being a police officer, 7PTZ 616, or a sheriff's deputy. Okay, having anything to do with law enforcement. I'm talking not even a security guard. Okay, you are not able to get any weapons. You are talking about what is a very serious prosecution for being a group stalker, and also being a group stalker of a specific position, such as the demon-possessed law enforcement agencies in the state of California. License 8VJ8753. All right, so it's currently 7:41 p.m. And so that is what I captured on video. That is directly linked to what the entity is listening to me say as I say it, and that's exactly what the Ontario Police Department engaged in today. What am I documenting? The same exact entity. It's a superficial distinction to go from Upland and Ontario. It's the same entity, 8PIN 109. The same demonic entity. 7YLV 309, 4LMC 856. License 7ETU 809. And this is called impunity, the people of the state. You have to address consistently that ongoing threat. And the people of the state need to go to federal prison. They need to go to federal prison. License BYAKKOB N548EO 9814 3G3 5XHP 952 6FDC 598 8NCM 015. And it is currently 7:42 p.m. So this is directly relevant to that ongoing episode of harassment. While the Upland police were group stalking, then they're sounding their sirens. They're group stalking with the entity while I'm on Upland, still remaining in Upland. Didn't go back to Ontario, where the sun is supposedly setting in alignment with the museum where I get up in the morning under the fake sun. It's remaining at Foothill. But guess what? I've been here in the morning as well, documenting the same P.O.C, where the sun is not going to be present setting at the venue where it's over my head in the morning. All right, fully documented. This is revealing the demon possession of that actor that's stalking in a helicopter. That actor is the Upland Police Department. And that's both a demon, okay, that has no self-control, is literally prosecuting itself. That's the issue with Satan, okay? Like I said, Satan is literally predictable. It cannot help itself. I'm revealing what's demonic activity. I'm also revealing what's criminal monitoring. 6YVV 605 17546B2. And that's why you have, what is that pattern? As I'm speaking of the demon-possessed police agencies, those demon-possessed police agencies fly over me by helicopter. That's what they do. All right, and that is a pattern, by the way, amongst two different police agencies as well. That's incredible. 76824X1, I believe. That's not a coincidence either. And where I'm showing you what is not possibly the sun, that's not a coincidence either. And where I'm documenting the Upland police stalking me by helicopter on multiple occasions before even right now, that's not a coincidence either. While I'm speaking about the Upland Police Department, that's not a coincidence either. Okay, it is 7:44 p.m. That is the P.O.C. That's the P.O.C. And that's what I captured on video. So I do think that is the ongoing. I mean, that's just punctuating my very point as to why you're talking about disbanding police officers. They're literally a wound to the public, and this is something. It's just a matter of what is cleaning up California. They're cockroaches engaging in what is no longer concealed, and then you're talking about what is just pure defiance, while what you've been doing for so long is now being revealed in a major way. And I'm speaking to, again, what I'm speaking. It's not just enough that you lose your job. It is not enough, and that's based on the responsibilities and both that responsibility is balanced by what is where you're abusing that responsibility. Then it's speaking to what is a threat that you pose. So you're talking about the greater the crime, the harsher, the worse, the more intense that threat is that you are to the public, that you are to the one who is subject to your criminal activity while you're of that condition. It's a violation of trust on so many levels, and it is entirely despicable. While you would even get in and fly a helicopter around an American citizen to communicate a threat, while you should be on the side of an American citizen having nothing to do with this criminal conduct. You should have nothing to do with it. But I want to be clear, there is no way that the people of the state would be engaged in this without the Ontario Police Department or the Upland Police Department or the Fontana Police Department. It is directly engaged in by the entity, and they are fully, you're seeing what is indistinct, absolutely identical P.O.C. All right, and they're not doing it without the police. All right. In other words, excuse me, the police are not doing it without them because it's the state's pattern of conduct. 8JQR372. And that's exactly where I started my documentation. All right. Focusing in on the stalkers that are the people of the state. And guess who showed up more often, who came out of the crevices? The demon-possessed police. License 1754. Hold on. 17546B2. Loitering at the U.S. Bank. The demon-possessed police department, which I documented in writing at the time in 2018. Again, that's the November 16, 2018 list of police encounters, 6TCH 919. This very pattern of conduct underway. And I'm talking Los Angeles County, San Bernardino County. I went all over the place driving in my car and testing what are the cockroaches that are the demon-possessed police agencies in the state. All right. And you're talking about everywhere that I go. This is the context as to what I was documenting. Everywhere that I went, police present. They were there. They were doing so, trying to do it passive aggressively, pulling somebody over, or, going to 7-Eleven, let me go get something to drink, or, just standing around somebody on the sidewalk, always using their lights, okay, creating some sort of scene, but they were always there, always there. All right, it is the ongoing pattern of conduct by the state. And the state is relying on the criminal conduct of the police departments in the state of California, and they are in no way qualified for any. It is unjust, and I find it unreasonable. Even before documenting the pattern of conduct, I personally find it unreasonable and unfounded that they are given any deference, any treatment as though they are above suspicion. They're not. You're not above suspicion, and it shouldn't take a larger mountain of evidence to prosecute a police officer for engaging in criminal conduct that this demon 07639W2 is engaging in. I find that to be unjust. I don't see any substantiation for that whatsoever, but that's just me. I have fully documented the pattern of conduct, and it is also speaking to the very point that the Upland Police punctuated for me, stalking in helicopter. There is no reasonable basis whatsoever that law enforcement in this country, let alone in the state of California, should be given any deference or any presumption of being above suspicion with regard to engaging in what are acts of corruption, criminal conduct. That's entirely removed by virtue of my documentation, by the way. That doesn't exist. And this is something that courts provide to police. They're given deference. They're giving deference. They're giving preferential treatment. They're given the presumption, in other words. Let me put it in another way. They're given presumption of you're most likely good. It's very unlikely you did this. I'm not going to believe it unless you have 2 mountains of evidence. It's not enough to have 1 mountain of evidence, okay? License plate 8RWK575, and it's unreasonable and it's unfounded. And the impunity that I'm capturing these police agencies engaging in is the direct evidence of it. These are police officers that are trained to be, they're literally taught that they are essentially above the law. That's where this pattern of conduct comes from, by the way. It's breeding. This is breeding. That court system, that unreasonable treatment of police, this is breeding that sort of criminal activity. So I'm not going to blame anybody for what is the criminal conduct of the demon-possessed police departments. It's their choices. You make a choice to engage in criminal conduct, I'll give you that. But it is not healthy and it's not helpful. It's not productive the way that the justice system is treating police officers. And it's unfounded because what I'm documenting day in and day out are criminals acting with impunity. Criminals suggesting that they are above the law by virtue of their criminal conduct, threatening you in your face. And not only am I going to prosecute you for that, I'm going to surround you with what is legislation in order that you're further prosecuted for not only your criminal conduct, but the impunity with which you engage in that criminal conduct. That impunity in and of itself, that's a threat. And that's why the entity is flying over by helicopter in relevant position as I speak to that. 7CJF860, license 8HQH226, 5LHW185. And what are you also witnessing in that video? Impunity by the people of the state. They are group stalking as I document. Federal prison. All right? Federal prison. In every way you are addressing what is an ongoing obsessive stalking system. 7JVW478. You're talking about what is necessary as a matter of justice. And so that's what the entity is engaging on. I do want to document at 7:50 p.m. and I will check the bus schedule, but this is Route 66, bus stop number 7058. And the entire time that I've been here, I captured video at a 7:13 p.m. No Route 66 bus arriving. I just want to document that. And I will check the bus schedule, but again, I'm subject to surveillance and the entity is aware of the fact that I'm taking a different bus route as I go to Route 66 instead of getting on Route 83, for example, which I usually do. Which I usually do coming from the Upland Public Library. But I do want to document that. And it's 7:50 a.m. where Route 66 is just now arriving. I just want to document that. 8 NOK 931, Omnitrans has already been documented engaging in a pattern of specific acts of harassment while they're engaging in surveillance, knowing exactly what bus stop I'm at.
Route 66.
This is bus 1361, and this is being operated by employee, as per the display, employee number 3327, who appears to be an African-American male, a thin build, and we are going on Foothill Boulevard, which is in the direction eastbound on Foothill Boulevard, again arriving at 7:50 p.m. This is P.O.C. And I also want to document Omnitrans, this employee who I documented molesting and stalking in the path of light. He's pacing around in Engineer Light. I've shown you the multiple shadows of the demons at the Fontana Metro train station. This is P.O.C. and documenting what is ongoing molestation. 8:33 p.m. All right, capturing Omnitrans, engaging in what is ongoing terrorism and harassment, group stalking with the Fontana Police Department, who engage in what is group stalking by helicopter at the Fontana Metrolink train station, which I capture on video at approximately 8:57 p.m., and the ongoing molestation with directed light. This is impossible light activity while the Fontana Police Department are group stalking by helicopter, as I am documenting what is the village at Sierra, the people of the state at Nuevo, on that street that's across the street from the village at Sierra, which is nothing other than a facilitating venue where the people of the state reside. They're monitoring while the entity is flying over by helicopter. It's speaking to the criminal system in operation and the absence of any coincidence that while another police department is stalking by helicopter, this is state surveillance. And what you'll see is all those psychopaths studying their communication devices in directed light while the entity is flying over by helicopter. This is the criminal surveillance. Let me be clear. They're on surveillance cameras on the Omnitrans bus. Another method of what is that pull of the defendants subject to federal prison, while the Fontana Police Department is group stalking, and you're talking about what is already grounds of federal prison, Sergeant Rice, okay? You're talking about what is the Anicetti Marshall, arriving pursuant to criminal summoning, grounds of federal prison already, but engaging in that criminal system with Stephanie Ortiz, who's summoning Summers as well. As you're talking about federal prison on multiple grounds, assault and battery by an entity engaging in federal stalking, as the Fontana Police Department is also stalking by helicopter, as I captured moments ago, and the Omnitrans is, again, another method of the people of the state engaging in group stalking. This minion operating the bus is monitoring while in relevant position inside of that little side room, which I believe is a bathroom. This is relevant positioning. He's monitoring in the bathroom. All right, they're not taking any pause. He's monitoring while the entity is stalking by helicopter, and he crosses path in directed light as he walks out, and I captured that on video. And they are monitoring with the Fontana police, who are stalking by helicopter, and that is the ongoing, literally certified evidence of that P.O.C. And understanding, again, what is federal prison for the entity that's group stalking directly through the demon-possessed police departments. Again, the ongoing corroborating evidence of what are the allegations of the demon possession and criminal conduct of police in this country, in the state of California. And also what is necessary, as I'm speaking to not only the pattern of conduct, but the way in which it is unreasonable how the police are treated in this country, and it is absolutely unfounded that they would have any a presumption of being above any sort of suspicion. But like I said, it is not surprising, actually, the way in which police are treated, because this is a matter of public corruption in this country. And so you have what is breeding and creating, in other words, the terrain, the ability for the police to engage in such corruption, while you are treating the police different with regard to any other criminal who's facing allegations, and you will provide evidence of it. And there's no grounds, as the Fontana Police Department also demonstrate, that they are in any way above suspicion, above engaging in what is corrupt conduct not befitting of any police officer, etc. And like I said, that sort of policy, that sort of treatment in the courts is unfounded. All right, and I have been of this position even before I documented the pattern of conduct. Well, before I captured and published what is the pattern of conduct, I've always found that to be literally ridiculous. A criminal is a criminal when they are wearing a police uniform. It's just more egregious. A criminal is a criminal based on the allegations being substantiated by evidence. And a demon-possessed, by the way, criminal that is wearing a uniform associated with the police department should not require two mountains of evidence in order to prosecute, where one mountain of evidence would otherwise be sufficient. All right, so I want to address that. And it is the absence of any coincidence that the Ontario Police Department, the Upland Police Department, and the Fontana Police Department are engaging in what is group stalking. And by the way, not the first time that any of those police agencies are engaging in that egregious terrorism. All right, and this is speaking to what are, again, you're disbanding and you're also facing what is federal prison, and the people of the state are going to federal prison as well. Documenting all the minions who are also on surveillance cameras, including the demon-possessed driver, employee 3050, who is engaging in that terrorism with the state. The entity engaging in threatening your life directly by the demons that are the Fontana Police Department, and the entity threatening your life through the demons that are the people of the state. It is currently, by the way, 9:05 p.m. and this is P.O.C. 7ZYL714. Molesting. The entity also engaging in what is molesting at the Fontana Metrolink train station, as absolutely impossible light activity is somehow flashing while demons are driving on Orange Way and Sierra, and I am standing at that bathroom area that, behind the bars. There are no headlights that's going to reach that different distance at all. And you have what is analogous. The entity does the same thing, for example, while I'm at the museum, and those demons are driving at Hope Boulevard and Euclid Avenue. Your headlights are not reaching that distance. There's no flashing of light. There's no shining of any headlights. Those are demons that are stalking. That's called directed light. And that's what's going on before also the entity is group stalking by the Fontana Police, providing that ongoing evidence of what is not only the grounds of federal prison for the Fontana Police Department personnel, but also the ways in which the criminal conduct of the state of California and the climate that needs to change with regard to the ways in which we are viewing law enforcement and what is the unfounded grounds of providing them some sort of treatment as though they are above engaging in what are matters of corruption. And that's reflected through in the ways in which evidence exists against police officers, but yet somehow they avoid being prosecuted. That's not going to happen in my case. I'm speaking to just observation of what I have witnessed, the case law, studying the law, studying case law specifically with the criminal justice system. And I want to be clear, it is of my personal opinion, I think that is the case because you have what is a matter of public corruption, and it is enabling the criminals that are literally in positions of the police department. That is the state that's engaging in this P.O.C. That's why it's there. That's what enables them to engage in the P.O.C., by the way. That's why it's there. That needs to change. And the pattern of conduct as I've documented it, 8HXX236 molesting, as I've revealed it, as the Fontana Police Department engages in it, is speaking to what is literally the evidence supporting what it is that I'm stating, literally, as I am speaking to it. You have the police that are literally begging for a more accurate and realistic approach to the criminal conduct that police officers are very much engaged in this country and absolutely in the state of California. Because there's only one sun, and while the entity is keeping it over me in whatever city I happen to be at, whatever building, it is nowhere possible. The single sun is nowhere in San Francisco, California, by the way, which is speaking to what's going on in the rest of the state. All right. So like I said, as I have documented where I remain subject to the P.O.C., I have documented the entirety of the state of California, which has implications with what's going on with the rest of the country and also the rest of the world. Okay, it is currently 9:08 p.m. and this is P.O.C. And again, this is employee 3050. That's grounds of federal prison. All right, and I documented his crossing and path conduct. He's a sex offender and he's engaging in terrorism. And this is what Omnitrans is routinely engaging in, by the way. I've documented many of them engaging in group stalking by helicopter. Okay, David, employee 2366, federal prison. All right, while the Ontario Police Department engages in the same thing, terrorizing, group stalking by helicopter. And doing so while you are in relevant position, and doing so by driving a bus is called the criminal and civil prosecution of that company, because it's the same P.O.C. on behalf of the state. It's currently 9:08 p.m. and this is P.O.C. All right, you do have what is, this is the sex offender employee 3050, molesting with directed light. And this is the sex offenders who are also sitting on the bus, the people of the state. These are demons, and that's why you have what is impossible light activity that is touching, it's moving in a downward direction, while directed light is moving downward across my body. And then it's also moving in the direction that the bus is driving, as I've shown you the directed light on the floor of the bus that's moving forward on the floor. You have this directed light that's appearing on the panel wall on my, I'm sitting on the passenger side of the bus, so it's on my, what would be my right side. The light is moving forward across the wall, in an entirely different direction as it moves downward down my body. And then it's also in the center walkway where I am sitting on the bus in the forward direction. The light is moving in the forward direction. And the entity is also engaging what is bright white flashing of light. And what you'll see is these demons that are face forward, a bunch of demon-possessed males sitting at the back of the bus. That is relevant positioning. This is demonic activity, and this is a sex offense that these demons are engaging in, and Omnitrends is hosting it. And this is, again, employee 3050, this same entity engaging what is stalking with the Fontana Police Department, who is also engaging in that sex offense, while directed light is molesting my person as my shadow is it's gigantic. It's reaching across the street, touching literally the apartment building of Village at Sierra, as I'm standing on the opposite side of the street in front of the Omnitrans bus. That's not normal headlights. That's directed light, and that's a molestation that this employee was engaging in at that train station, is engaging in while he is operating a bus. This is a demon, in other words. This is demonic activity, this is terrorism, and it is the perpetual sex offense. And it is currently 9:31 p.m. We are at the Ontario Mills. The entity is stalking with all manner of light. There are a bunch of demons engaging in what is just absolutely psychotic level of pacing all around with this light. It's just an ongoing light show with the demon possessed while they're engaging in surveillance. And this is the maniacal conduct of an entity that is also, again, just engaging in the psychotic criminal activity while also hostile. A bunch of mad demons while they're engaging in that conduct, which is also sexually violent. It's currently 9:32 p.m. This is P.O.C. at the Ontario Mills is where we're at right now. And this is Route 61. It's 9:32 p.m. LASPEED 7KVT870 5XYY. I can't really see the rest of that one. This is the McDonald's inside of the Ontario Mills Mall. McDonald's is engaging in what is molestation. Molesting while the demon possessed are patrolling, and also engaging in surveillance at their venue while they're engaging in monitoring with the state together. And it is 9:37 p.m. Leaving the Ontario Mills shopping plaza. Okay. Yeah, this is P.O.C. I want to make sure I specifically note on my podcast, as I'm documenting, again, employee 3050, this is a very perverted and gross and a criminal actor. That's a violent sex offender. And that violence, again, it is always predicated with what is the increase, engaging in more sexual violence. This is molesting my body. These are a bunch of demons that are molesting with directed light and impossible occurrence. These are sex offenders touching all over me, and as I documented moments ago, the entity engages in more of it, okay? More directed light, more touching, more flashing of light while these demons are sitting around on the bus. And so while the entity engages in it, they immediately request to stop. But I made sure that I got more close-up images of these minions. But like I said, even if I didn't capture them, employee 3050 is going to federal prison. And I want to speak to what is a very violent sex offender that is engaging in what is the ongoing impunity. All right, this is one that is not only subject to federal prison, but is worthy of going to federal prison by virtue of that ongoing impunity rising in that maniacal level. This is terrorism, while a bunch of demons engage in that sort of conduct. And the entity, the personality of Satan, okay, not only are you identifying, not only are you aware of them being the demon possessed by the environment that they're in, the behavioral pattern that they engage in, but also that pattern includes what is increasing the conduct. This is the hostility of Satan while you document and expose them. That's also why the specific policy that I advocate, specific policy, this very specific prescription is necessary. Okay, it is currently 9:47 p.m. I just want to document that again. That's employee 3050 with the people of the state engaging in a demonic orgy on this bus. Unlawful touching, molestation. This is sexual assault and battery by an entity engaged in federal stalking. It's currently 9:47 p.m. 8PQT1, can't really see that one, 8DHC 580, molesting. Ontario Police 1510459, molesting. The H&L shuttle CP 54089. And let's see, this is the Ontario Airport where the pattern of conduct is underway. A sex offense is underway, 18247F3. The ongoing molestation with this impossible light activity, 4VYA 709, 8GZZ 242, 8EMZ 812, molesting. License 35022E2. This is the Ontario airport. This is the ongoing criminal setting. This is the ongoing sex offense on the grounds of the airport. This is speaking to what is the ongoing presence of the demon possessed. There is no exception. There's no exemption. There is no distinction. The same exact pattern of conduct is underway on the grounds of the state facilitating venue of the Ontario airport. License. Employee 3050 stalking with audible activity. 8AXY464 is a molester. He's honking for no reason. There's no vehicle in front. He's honking because I stood up at the same time. That's a demon stalking with audible activity. 8SYH010. Directed light moving forward in the center of the bus. License G466CN, Utah. Engaging in criminal monitoring at the Ontario airport with the Ontario police. That's federal prison. All right, including employee 3050 monitoring with the Fontana Police Department as well. And as I've stated, it's actually a superficial distinction. He is monitoring with the police in the state of California who are monitoring American citizens. And that's grounds of federal prison. And that's what they're doing at the Ontario airport. All right, Ontario police vehicle number 1861A, vehicle number 1006, 7XFR 682, group stalking with the Ontario police. It's grounds of federal prison. Pickup truck number 1929, I believe. That's Ontario police. This is P.O.C. It's 9:52 p.m. Let me be clear. The Ontario airport is engaged in criminal monitoring with the Ontario Police Department. Okay? That is speaking to what is federal prison. License plate 8UPN 582. Stalking in the path with light in the no stopping at any time zone to maintain light at Terminal 4 where the minion employee 3050 is driving, exiting toward what is Airport Road. License plate 4VYA709 is crossing path with that minion. This is P.O.C. It's currently 9:52 p.m. All right, molesting. This is 5MJJ428, 8SIL412, 7JUM812 at campus and Holt Boulevard. It's 10:03 p.m. 8STL412. Make sure that one's correct. Alrighty, this is again bus 1332, employee 3050, license 1404990. Engaging in what is the ongoing perpetual sex offense, molestation, and then increasing that demonic light all over my body, all over through the walkways of the bus. As I document it, all right? That's the ongoing terrorism of a sex offender. 8AAH549. This is the directed light that I'm showing on the wall. For example, the 280 North Limit Apartments. It's occurring on the bus, all over the walls of the bus. 8ZKN72 on the floor of the bus, flashing through the middle of the bus. 5KBL334. This is what the people of the state are doing every time a demon is driving by in a car. Well, I'm showing you directed light that's, for example, on the apartment building where I'm in Upland, California, at the 330, I believe that was D Street in Upland, California, the directed light where it's just appearing on the wall. This is the same directed light that the entity is molesting me with. It's literally moving in all manner of different directions, up and down on my body, and then forward in the same direction the bus is driving forward. This has nothing to do with what would be any sort of street lamp lights while the bus is driving on the street. It's just that demonic light that's occurring on the bus. 8PMG624. And so the entity is engaging in this conduct. That's the sex offense that's occurring while I'm walking, and the entity is molesting me with directed light as I'm walking outside. While I'm sitting on the bus, the entity is molesting with directed light. And employee 3050 is a demon, okay? That's the identification of that condition, the environment that you're in. And it's also identifying, again, a demon that engages in more of that demonic activity while you document. Okay, while you reveal Satan's tactics, Satan engages in more of it. And it's with regard to what is a pattern of conduct, you're not just engaging in what is the funsies of the demon possessed, the living dead. You're being documented engaging in criminal conduct. You're going to federal prison for that. And that's where you're talking about what is literally the defeatist sort of mindset. This is a different ball game now. You're not just having fun. These demons are engaging in what is sick conduct, but you're going to pay very real federal consequences for it. So this is what the entity's doing, though. So license. Let me get this demon. Group stalking on the street. 7E306. That looks like an out-of-state license plate. So anyway, this is what the entity is doing, and doing so while I'm sitting on the bus. And this is a very violent sex offender, employee 3050, and capturing what are the people of the state that are group stalking on the bus. This is the sick conduct of the people. They do the same thing. You pay attention to the videos that I capture at the Fontana Mentioning train station while the Fontana Police Department are stalking and terrorizing with a helicopter. They're looking and all manner. They're just staring at their phones, and while they're monitoring, this is the code of conduct by the demons. All right, while this directed light is ongoing, this impossible light activity, this absolutely demented environment, they're just sitting on the bus. I've captured that so many times, the directed light, and they just sit on the bus. The demon-possessed engage in conduct while they are maintaining presence. And that is also conduct that is speaking to what is entirely peculiar. In no way suggesting, contrary to what the intent is, oh, if I act like I don't see the helicopter, then you're crazy because nobody else sees the helicopter but you're making it up. No, that doesn't work when you document it. All right, but that's the psychopath that is engaging in what is a criminal system where they're relying on the bullying system. Everybody is sane and you're the crazy one. All right, because they say so. That's it. That's all they're relying on, because they say so. That is entirely ridiculous in my book. And so this is why this is calling for what is documentation and showing as a matter of objective evidence also to the world what in fact is demonic activity, what in fact defines Satan. How are you aware of what is a very real entity of Satan? All right, and how Satan is present through people. Okay, the demon possessed engage in demonic activity, and it is conduct that is entirely abnormal. 8ZCR076, I believe. It is conduct that is entirely abnormal and that which is inexplicable and indefensible in a federal court. 6YCA280. All right, you're talking about psychopaths. Just because a demon, and I've shown that they're all demons. So this is what you're understanding. Just because a demon says it's so, or because a demon says that it's not so, it is absolutely irrelevant. I have shown what has they have zero legitimacy. This is a lying entity engaging in criminal activity. Lying entity. They are suspect at the outset. They are suspect. 6NWE216. They don't have any legitimacy. And they rely on that. 7RKR219. The entire entity relies on that. You're relying upon the notion that you're all normal people. It's not even a normal concept. There's no such thing as group stalking. Strangers are not following people around. We're a civilized society bounded by constitutional laws. It's so unlikely that the government is doing it. That is all a fallacy. And I have demonstrated that through evidence. I've demonstrated it. This is speaking to what needs to also occur. Your attitudes and your mindsets. It needs to change with regard to what is revealing very real sickness amongst the people and the government, which is relevant to criminal activity. They don't have any legitimacy because a bunch of lying, demon-possessed psychopaths are looking left and right while an entity is stalking, while they are stalking with the government that's stalking by helicopters, does not mean that anybody alleging that they are stalked by helicopters is not subject to that. And it also, in my opinion, by the way, even before I captured the pattern of conduct as a matter of objective evidence, it is also no grounds of what is labeling somebody as being, for example, a paranoid schizophrenic, in my opinion. I do not think that logically follows at all. I've literally heard people people that you can't even spell that. You're literally spitting out default P.O.C. language. That is literally the code of a minion. Okay, they automatically jump to that, and I do not see how that logically follows. Actually, I know what a paranoid schizophrenic is. I get it, but because you are alleging it does not mean that you're automatically crazy. You're talking about perhaps upon evidence that you are not actually experiencing the activity or that conduct, or when you are talking about what is occurring, and perhaps there's other conduct that's supportive of such a presumptuous conclusion as to some mental illness, which you are also, I don't even know that you can actually say that someone is qualified, because I find mental health, that whole aspect, that whole quote unquote profession, that's what we're going to call it, I find it to be an art. It's not a science. It's highly imprecise. And you can have and as you can see in a court of law, you can have the same person submit to some same quote unquote assessment and have wildly differing conclusions or assessments, if you will. It's not a science. It's very highly imprecise. All right. You can come up with whatever result that you want, in other words. But I'll leave that alone. But anyway, I just do not find that it means because someone is stalking or someone is alleging stalking, including by a government. Well, including by, for example, stalking by helicopter, and because you do not have a direct evidence of it, that you jump to the conclusion you're a paranoid schizophrenic. I do not find that that follows. I don't find that justified. I wouldn't even make that conclusion at all. I would say, oh, okay, well, it sounds very, very crazy. That not crazy with regard to a reflection on that person. That's just so far out. I knew from the outset it's so far out that I have to capture this. All right. That's what I knew from the outset, just with my background and just as a matter of common sense. This is just the way that I think. All right. Because I know even saying it out of your mouth, but that's what makes it powerful. Because then when you are, it makes it powerful because it is so incredible that somebody is doing this to an American citizen. It's so incredible, and I have evidence of it because they're really doing that. They've really been doing that. They are still doing that. All right. And so that's what makes it then flipping what is supposed to be some grounds of paranoid schizophrenia, which it's not in and of itself. I don't see the connection there. I don't. You're talking about what is then very powerful evidence. All right. Because that is they're so crazy, but actually they're not. So who is actually very much of a serious level of a criminal? That's what that translates into, because you're not crazy at all. You're talking about what was missing: documentation, evidence, proof. All right. And that's what you're going to need when you're going to reveal what is a corrupt government. And that's just the way that life works, period. And I get that. But I just want to be clear. This is the psychopaths that are relying literally on the gang conduct, the whole gang together looking left and right while the entities flying over the target individual's head by helicopter, who is ordinarily not armed with a video camera in order to capture it day in and day out. OK, every day, every night. And so you're talking about what is he said, she said, one word against Satan's word. No, you're not going to argue with Satan. Satan's not even on your level. Satan is stalking you. Satan is beneath you. OK, you're going to prosecute Satan and you don't have to say a word because the evidence speaks for itself. All right. So you're talking about what is, first of all, not even grounds of some conclusion as to mental illness. And second of all, I personally find that the ability to diagnose that in air quotes, and this is because I've been subject to this criminal system by those who call themselves medical professionals. And not only did they not have anything, they didn't even have a right to be in my presence. It was a kidnapping. And then not only kidnapping, these criminals literally just made up information. I have never, ever. I just did not know the level of criminality. I did not know the level of malice in that regard. Yes, naive. But I needed to be exposed to that because it needs to be known what the state of California is doing. And the state of California is providing a template. This is what the states are doing. The federal government needs to know that. All right. This is removing what is legitimacy because the state says it's happening, because the state is relying upon what you're going to assume is the normalcy, the dignified, civilized status or condition of the people of the state. No, they don't have that. They're not above suspicion at all. This is changing the terrain. I am showing you they're psychopaths. The entity is stalking by helicopter and they're all just looking left and right, staring at their phones. They're staring at their phones monitoring, by the way. That is literally the conduct of the demons. This is how I started documenting the people, because they would follow me around everywhere, congregate around my apartment, follow me as I was at work to the bathroom, or following as I go on a break. And they were always studying their phones while they were doing so. Would block my path while I'm walking, for example, out of the doors of Walmart, and that they would stop dead in front of me. And at the time, the fake sun is over me, but I was not yet aware of that. All right. The entities stalking with the environment, and the people of the state are stalking, and they would block my path and furiously be studying and operating their communication device. And I would be like, excuse me. Okay, get out of, what are you doing? It was entire. These are sick people. Very, very, very sick. Seeking to, again, conceal that sickness and conceal their criminal conduct. Let me tell you, this is exactly why I'm encountering hostility. This is why. This is exactly why. Satan is very, very mad that I'm revealing it. I do, as you can tell, I could not care less. And I'm going to drag you even for that. You're a psychopath. You're a psychopath and some more. A psychopath and a half. You are entirely demented. And everything about that. Guess what? That psychopath is flying, stalking by helicopter. That's Satan flying, stalking me by helicopters. And that's going by the name of the Fontana Police Department, the Ontario Police Department, the Upland Police Department, as I documented today, Saturday, May 21st, 2022. in conformity to a long documented pattern of stalking. That's what the federal government needs to know. That's the absence of normalcy by the people of the state who are stalking with the police. Criminal monitoring with the police. Demonic activity amongst the police and the people of the state. They don't have any presumption of civilization. They don't have any presumption of normalcy. They don't have any presumption of dignified no, they're not. They're a bunch of freak weirdos. All right, and that's putting it nicely. That's putting it subtly. That's putting it in, in a vernacular that anybody can understand. But this is an entirely abnormal population. And this is revealing that. It's entirely abnormal while you act as though you don't see a helicopter. Even if I wasn't documenting the pattern of conduct, I would have been like, what is the helicopter doing over? Okay, I was not raised around that. I did not ever experience that anywhere that I lived. And I've lived outside of California. I've lived outside of the country. I've flown on airplanes before. This is not foreign to me. Never experienced what is helicopters flying over. And I, even outside of documenting this, would have at least looked up and been like, oh, there's a helicopter. Oh, I wonder what they're doing. Not them, not the people of the state. They all act like it's not there. Okay? That's the code of conduct. Those are psychopaths, and that is in no way suggesting anything normal about it. They're sickos. Okay? So what's the best way to try to act like there is no best way to try to act like you're not engaged. There is no way to act like you can't, because you're in the P.O.C. by presence, period. So there's no way to act like you're not present. The only way to act like you're not present is to hide or don't be there at all. That's the only way. There's no way of getting out of documentation. Presence is the crime. But what's the way of the psychopaths that are the people of state who are obsessively stalking, by the way? That's how you're witnessing their obsession. They want to look to the left and the right. Okay, hoping you don't see them, I guess. Just not bright and woefully unprepared for documentation and prosecution. But like I said, hoping maybe you don't notice because they don't look up. Maybe as I'm documenting it, you won't pay attention, or you'll think it's a small thing because they're not looking up. Okay, maybe it's just in the target individual's mind because they're not looking up. They're not paying attention to it. Let me tell you something. The size of the crime, the magnitude of the threat, all right, the level of the psychopath, the level of the psychopath conduct is not measured by the demon's reactions while you're documenting them. The entire focus of this whole system is totally backwards. And I find it to be asinine. So it's like literally a duty of mine to step in and let me remind you about reality. Let me remind you about what is actually normal. This is not that. This is not that. And I'm able to step outside of what I'm doing now, documenting the P.O.C., establishing precedent for what is the P.O.C., changing and informing you who are in different states and also in different parts of the world, but in the U.S., in different states, what is not in any way above suspicion, the police and the people of any state. It's not above them. This is what they're doing. It is likely. It is possible. It is probable. It's more than possible. It's probable. I've shown you the environment. You know what you're surrounded by. When the entity's keeping a fake sun, and that's exactly what it is, over me, over a building, over a street, block, corner, all day, that's not the sun that's over you wherever it is that you're at, in a different city, in a different state, in a different county, all right, in a different zip code. That's not the sun. It's impossible. All right, so you're talking about what is you already know when you put the dots together and you think about it. You might not want to think about it, but you've been given the information and it sits right there in front of your face. So it does not cease to exist because you don't want to acknowledge it. It is exactly what it is. You are talking about what are psychopaths who are just looking the opposite direction and literally just trying to not. Well, they're monitoring, furiously studying their communication devices, but they're also seeking to not pay attention to what it is that you're focused on, the fact that they're stalking. Let me be clear. This entity stalking by helicopter is the evidence that the people of the state are stalking. So, okay, yeah, I guess if I had that evidence against me, perhaps I can't even put myself in the shoes of a demon-possessed group stalker. But let me try to put myself in the mind of a criminal, which I'm not a criminal either, but that's even more. I cannot, I would never bow down to Satan. I just can't. And it's entirely sick what they're doing. But anyway, the mind of a criminal who wants to try to play down, the criminal conduct that they're engaging in and just trying to, act like it's nothing. Oh, no, I don't see that. And nobody else around me sees that. So we just going to act like it's not happening. That's literally what they're engaging in. It's very unpersuasive. It's highly abnormal and unnatural because I can put myself in, I can't put myself in that position, but just being a person that's normal, sitting outside like they want to appear to be, I would have seen the helicopter. I would have looked up in the same way that I saw it, but I'm documenting a pattern. Helicopters are stalking me everywhere that I go. That's why I'm capturing it on video. And let me also catch you what the stalkers do, studying their phones in relevant position in that directed light. They can look at whatever they want. Okay. In the same way, when they're in federal court and they're going to federal prison, they can look at whatever they want while I prosecute them with the direct evidence of their demon possession and their prosecution for what? State surveillance and terrorism. Anyway, it's currently 10:22 p.m. I'm at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, and this is P.O.C. All right, Union Pacific, engaging in what is molestation, criminal monitoring, facilitation of that criminal monitoring with the people of the state who are group stalking at Emporia Lofts. The Rojas tax enterprises, they're pacing in that parking lot with light activity while the amplified sound of a train under the guise of what is Union Pacific trains and the train operating on the tracks is what is super amplified. That's demonic. All right. And it's also the evidence of what's demonic because that's why engineered light is present. And so I've broken that down so many times. So this is the same exact POC, and this is Union Pacific, an impermissible threat. Engaging in that group stalking, as I documented this morning, that criminal conduct is underway while the entity engages in the impermissible threat. Let me tell you something. The company that is Union Pacific, you have what is federal prison for those that are identified and being held responsible for that company. In other words, you will be reaching into what are companies that are engaging in state surveillance with the state, and they are going to federal prison. Threatening the life of an American citizen, that's audible activity creation. A bunch of demons are pacing all around. This is criminal monitoring, a violation of resisting federal law, in a highly demented method. It's satanic, which is a threat to your life also. Okay, while a bunch of sick minions essentially engaging in conduct where if you're talking about what is conduct of somebody that's like some freak weirdo foaming at the mouth, stalking you with noise and stalking you with weird light, that's the level of conduct, and it's personified through the train activity, using that as a method of ongoing amplification, ongoing stalking with activity creation, meaning mirroring my physical movements, occurring with simultaneity to what I do. As I get on Wi-Fi, as I get off Wi-Fi, as I upload a file, as I start uploading my podcast, as I open up YouTube, as I switch and change to watch a different video, as whatever it is that I'm doing. And that's the ongoing amplification of a train. That is also the sound that's occurring when there's not even any train on the tracks. Okay, like I said, this is speaking to what is demonic, and this is Union Pacific engaging in what is demonic activity, speaking to what is a company to be prosecuted for what is terrorism, in other words, and state surveillance. All right, and Emporia Lofts, at the facilitating venue, monitoring while that ongoing environment remains present all night. This is the people of the state engaging in criminal summoning. Excuse me, well, yes, criminal summoning, but criminal monitoring and criminal monitoring with the people of the state as the people of the state in relevant position. So I just want to be clear, that's the people of the state that live in relevant position. Ontario Town Square Townhomes, Metro 102 apartments at 102 Lemon Avenue in Ontario, California, are the people of the state that are engaging in ongoing criminal monitoring, pacing all around as I've documented these businesses, and the hundreds of license plates of the people of the state pacing up and down Euclid Avenue, providing that ongoing pool of defendants subject to what is federal prison, which the people of the state shall be subject to, including those identified with what are companies. All right, it's currently 10:26 p.m. and that's called amplification. The entity, it's demonic. You're talking about what is the unnatural level of volume, which also immediately vacillates based on what I'm doing as I'm doing it. The sound is that which sounds as though it's penetrating through walls. It doesn't sound like it's occurring at the train tracks that's behind a building. The sound, you can place sound. If you have sharp hearing, you can place sound. The sound is as though I'm standing right there at the train tracks. It's not a normal level of volume, and it's also characteristic with regard to what is the use of audible activity to stalk with noise. That's also how you know. Okay, besides the ability to place sound, the ongoing use of that same method of what's supposedly a train also occurring with knee-jerk reaction. As I make a move, suddenly the sound of a train. As I start recording that sudden sound of the train, suddenly the train just stops. Okay, I guess it just evaporates out of thin air. All right, as I stop recording, suddenly the train gets louder. All right, so you're talking about what is real-time monitoring. This is demonic. This is real-time monitoring of documentation, facilitating criminal monitoring, unlawful threats, grounds of federal prison on multiple grounds, and you will be, you're not hiding behind any sense of anonymity with regard to what is the documentation that an American citizen may provide. The company Union Pacific, engaging in what is audible activity. They are, you will learn the term of arts. Or the ordinary target individual doesn't necessarily need to use that specific jargon. They will document in the simple way that I've reviewed, and I'm speaking to the way in which you are narrowing that down, and I don't care what company you are, you will be snatched up, and somebody's going to federal prison for it, period. That's just a matter of justice. You're going to federal prison, and we're going to start with the company, Union Pacific. All right, so you pick who wants to go, because you're going. It's currently 10:28 p.m. This is P.O.C.